quick and make sure everything sounds alright. Cause actually, I think I see here. Should be okay. What's up, Ryan? What's up, Abdel? Y'all was ready. Y'all was prepared. Let me know how everything sounds. I mean, you guys say something, so they know how you sound too. Gioni and Yak are here so far. I'm waiting for a couple people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let me let the Discord know. Yeah, everyone was like, "Are you gonna use the panel of Foxy over Kizaru?" Like, that's too easy. Everybody would expect me to use that. The fact that like 6 people said, "Are you gonna use this picture?" It said enough.
That's right. When they want you to zig, you gotta zag.
Yeah, there it is. It's too easy. All right, everything's sounding good. That's what's up. So you guys know what this is. I'm gonna wait till a couple people are here, then I'll kind of explain it again. Cause I'm gonna do it a little differently than how I do it before. Cause I feel like before I'm too. Those icons looking kind of mini. Hold on, let me make them kind of bigger. Usually I feel like when I'm doing it, I string it along too much. Like I'm constantly, like, I say this and then it happens. And this time I want everyone else to kind of start topics and whatnot. I think what I'm gonna do for each arc is I'm gonna call upon someone random, and then I'm just gonna tell you to start it off. So you bring up, you can say whatever you want. You can start out, you could be like, okay, let's say we're talking about Baratier. You could be like, listen, Don Krieg is the greatest villain in One Piece, and boom, we'll start talking from that point on, and we'll just branch out and talk about everything in the arc. And then yeah. Oh, you know what? Give me 1 second. Let me grab my notebook because that has actually no. It should be in the description of the other videos because I have to see what the other scores were so we can keep the average going. But yeah, all right.
Notebook. What is this? Blue's Clues?
Listen, man. If I don't write stuff down, I don't remember. Heard you singing Foxy's praises tonight? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You already know. Foxy, top 1. We're starting with Davy Back Fight because it's long land arc, so that's going to be fun. I can't wait.
That was fun.
Yeah.
When I first got into One Piece, I was watching the anime at first, and I had no idea about anything. And my dumbass thought that it was filler for a couple episodes.
Mm.
It was like, I don't know if that's a common thing or not. Like when you're first watching the anime without any context, but I was like, damn, I felt really stupid.
I mean, the anime did add some filler because like they had like 2 rounds in the anime. Like originally, it was just like they got Chopper, but in the anime, if I remember correctly, they get Robin and Chopper, and Luffy has to win them both back.
Yeah.
So that was the filler part of the anime. But yeah, a lot of people thought that was just straight up filler, just from the jump.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. How you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. Thanks for having me.
Of course. We all singing the Nodo Beam praises today.
Yes, sir.
Towns, you there? He's always muted. Okay, you can start now though. This is enough people. And yeah, okay. So just for anyone who doesn't know, I'll explain it very briefly, and I might have to explain it one more time later. But this is the 4th Wrecking the One Piece series. I was supposed to do this on Friday, but I was busy, but I couldn't. But we've been going through each saga in One Piece. So we've done the East Blue Saga, Skypiea Saga, and Alabasta Saga already, where we go through each and every arc, and we just talk about the good and bad and all the events that happened in it, anything we can remember, and then ultimately we give it a rating and then an average. And then we're going to basically give One Piece an overall score based on all these streams, based on all the scores we did. I don't remember. I'll check for a second for I think Skypiea got like 9.1 for that saga. I think East Blue was like a 7 around there, and I gotta check the other one. But I'll check for you in a second. But I'll have the averages up. But what's up, Pat?
What's up?
You know what time it is, man.
Yes, sir.
So like I said, with this one, I'm not gonna kind of go in order like I did with the other ones. I'm kind of just gonna call upon somebody, and then you basically bring up the first thing that comes to mind about the arc, and then we'll just go from that point on. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So we're starting with the Davy Back Fight, the long land arc with Foxy and whatnot. So I'll start this one off. I'll start this one off with this is one of the arcs I see alongside, I'll say Thriller Bark maybe now Whole Cake, that I see gets a lot of it easily gets dismissed and shitted on a lot. But I also make the argument that for the people in this community who really love power scaling, this is one of the best landmarks in the series that lets you know kind of how One Piece combat is about. That all being said, enjoyment out. This is to me one of the funniest most fun arcs in One Piece from start to finish. And Foxy is a great character. But that's that. And also Afro Luffy. But okay.
That shit was too funny.
That's what I'm saying, man. That shit was so good, so goated. But all right, we'll go to you, Yak. Where do you wanna start? A character, it could be a theme, it could be one of the things that happened. It could be the Zoro and Sanji fighting that giant guy, whatever. Just
how do we feel about Foxy as an antagonist during all of this? Because I think it's pretty easy just to kind of dump on him, comic relief, all that stuff. But I thought he actually had, some value aside from that. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good. Like, the stakes were actually pretty high. They were going to lose a crew member.
Mm-hmm.
And then his devil fruit, like, for somebody as simple as Luffy that attacks directly all the time, it was pretty deadly.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah.
So, same line of thinking, right? So in a lot of series, people always think that like when something happens, it has to be like, okay, the stakes have to be at this all-time high to the point where, if the world's kind of not in danger, this meteor's not about to collide into the Earth, it's like, it's not that big a deal. But because we know how much family or camaraderie means to Luffy, Nakama and whatnot, I would argue the stakes were at a literal all-time high. Yes, I understand if they didn't have Chopper on the crew, I'm sure Luffy could still become Pirate King or find another competent doctor. Shit, maybe he runs into law. But the fact that they're like a family and all the things they've gone through together, it would have meant a lot to those characters. So I argue the stakes were still extremely high, even though it wasn't going to have some overall ramifications on the overall One Piece universe. So I still think Foxy and what he represented was still very dangerous.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, and this, kind of is relevant to the whole conflict. And I think a lot of people in general, this is more casual fans than, people that are really into series. I think they kind of misconstrue, like how, that there's multiple ways that conflict can happen, whether it's internal conflict or it doesn't always have to be like, oh my God, my life is at stake, or oh my God, I'm being threatened with physical violence. It can, and a lot of times, and in a lot of stories, conflict happens in ways in which, these massive ramifications globally or whatever just are not a thing. And it's this really small thing in terms of consequences on a grand scale that really tend to hit the hardest, I think.
Yeah. Because I feel like emotional investment is really important to this series. And what's up, CBT? What's going on, everyone? I didn't even say everybody in the chat. What's up, Sin? See everybody. Jesus Christ. See everybody in the chat. But how did you guys find the games, the Davy Back Fight? Because I know we've seen kind of recently Blackbeard on Pirate Island, and we don't. And some people are thinking in some way, shape, or form these could come back again in full circle. But I mean, did you guys enjoy them? Because I had a blast. I thought it was mad funny. Especially because they were just exploiting Luffy's idiocy. and Foxy and T were cheating. they're just outright cheating. This guy was just like, the ref's not looking, and hold on, they pulled out some. I thought it was just hand to hand. I'm like, bro, how are they getting away with this?
It's just a fun arc. I don't know where people kind of have their problems with this arc. I don't. Just because it's not. It's just a fun little deviation. That's all.
People hate fun, yacht. That's what it is.
And it's funny because I just finished rereading this arc, and it's actually kind of intense. Like, first of all, Foxy gives Luffy arguably the biggest beating so far in the series. Maybe even more than Crockett went for the stab to the chest with his hook. Like, he takes a beating with all those punches. It's like almost exactly like Katakuri's beatdown on Luffy. Like, just hands. and he's bleeding and shit like that.
You mean characters victory over Luffy?
Yeah, exactly. And there's some interesting tidbits like I was reading in this arc, like Foxy telling Nami, if you're a pirate who complains about interference, do you really have what it takes to survive on the sea? Something that gets like referenced like later in the series.
Yep.
It's like,
yep. And another thing about this arc too, right? Because to me, like, I'll just say this now, because Water 7 is my favorite stretch. Water 7 is Saga, my favorite stretch in One Piece. So starting from this arc, what's up?
Whatever.
Starting from Skypia's, the end of Skypia, even a little bit of the G8 arc in anime, I actually enjoyed a lot too. But really starting from after that, from the Davy Back Fight all the way into Post Enies Lobbies, to me was the most emotionally invested I was in One Piece.
Water 7 is my favorite.
It was like an emotional roller coaster, because I remember, like, for me too, like, I feel like we're for anybody who was kind of like whatever throughout the Davy Back Fight, I feel like you're somewhat rewarded at the end of the arc, considering what happened with Aokiji, our introduction to one of the first introduction, really straight up to an admiral. He froze the sea, and then with the monster trio, he easily dismissed them pretty quickly, which was probably at the time a big shock for us. Because if those three are working together against one opponent, we usually expect them to kind of thrive. And this guy was like, no. And I was like, damn. And then the thing with Robin, which foreshadows into Water 7. So it's like, I almost feel like, if anything, even if you kind of tolerated this, you were rewarded mightily for sitting through that arc. I don't know if anyone shares that sentiment.
Yeah. In the Foxy fight, Luffy is like getting up, like struggling, and he states, "I won't lose a single member of my crew, even if it kills me." In a way, it starts like the direction of like the rest of like the pre-time skip, where then you start with the Usopp stuff and rescuing Robin. Then in Thriller Bark, it's the crew members trying to save Luffy, and then you have the complete meltdown of Sabaody, all the way till Marineford, where Ace dies.
Yep.
And it's funny that this arc kind of starts out, even if it's like a goofy arc. So,
okay. I love pinching my cat with a nail clipper. I'm high. That's just what's going on. What's up, Cookie?
He came from my community page. He's one of the subs. He be showing love, man.
I appreciate it.
He a real one, man.
Hold on. And Griever says Skypiea second worst arc in the series. I skip it when I watch an anime. Listen, Griever, you like Bleach. You know how I feel about these statements. I'm not taking that seriously, brother. What's up, Kuge?
Catch a stray like that.
Huh?
Why Bleach had to catch a stray like that?
Oh, that's the only way I could hurt him.
That's
the only way I could hurt him. I'm sorry you have to get hurt too in the long run, but sometimes friendly fire. You know what I'm saying?
Toei did fuck up this arc a lot, and I don't know why. Like they stretched out filler, and then the way they meet Aokiji is way different in the anime than the manga. Because in the manga, he just like wakes up from like the old guy's house, while in the anime they just find him in the woods. And I don't know why they made that change. I don't know why.
I mean, I could probably see why they changed certain stuff, but it was just, but sometimes decisions like that, they're so minuscule. I was like, what's kind of the point? It didn't make, but I didn't hate how they introduced him in the anime though. But in the manga, I remember him standing up straight, being asleep with the thing over his eye. He just kind of pulls it off. He looks at Nami. He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, y'all. My man just riding his bike on the water. Like that always gets me. By the way, like, what the? This guy, like, I get it. Like, I know if you fall, you can freeze it immediately. But just what if you fall in? Like, like, what are you doing? Like, how you get out of that situation? That's how you know.
He shows how gutsy he is, man.
Yeah. Like I will say this, for any pirate or any person in One Piece who just travels the sea solo by themselves, y'all different, especially if you eat devil fruit. You got Mihawk in that dinky little boat with his hands folded. I'm like, bro, what if there's like tsunamis? I'm just cutting them or whatever.
Wait, candles, bro. It's like, what are you doing?
like, don't even get the shit wet. You got Ace on his fucking like surfboard type beat. It's fire. If you fall in, you're done. Like, what's going on? If it rains, it's not even a good day for you. Like, what's happening? And then you got this dude just biking. I'm like, yo, y'all different for traveling solo.
Remember, I think it was Blackbeard who was on that little rinky dink shit that one time.
That Kingdom Hearts 1 boat, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, which is crazy. But okay, I'm trying to think. I actually, I don't know if anyone agrees with this. I actually really enjoyed the fight with Foxy and Luffy. I think it's entertaining. On top of actually, like, I was like surprised. So I'll kind of finish the statement that I made earlier when I said like for power scaling, right? Because here's how I looked at it, or how I look at it. So Luffy just finished pretty much beating 2 back-to-back low gears. One was a Chichibukai and Crocodile, the greatest character in One Piece. Don't argue with me, right? And then he beat Eneru on Skypiea, another low gear with the Go no Mi, which is pretty significant. So obviously you see this guy, you see his bounty, and you kind of go, meh, like this guy's not a threat, and he isn't really. But it's the fact that when it comes to Davy Back Fight, he has tons of experience, right? He's an absolute cheat, and he's a cheat and does not follow the rules. Luffy is very honest to a fault, so that's not good for him. On top of this, the things that mean a lot to him is him losing his own crewmates for any reason. So the stakes for him were still at an all-time high, despite it being this Davy Back Fight. But his ability, on top of him using the his environmental advantage, because they were basically fighting on his ship, I thought was really dope, because he actually ended up giving Luffy a fight despite him he should not have been able to do that with his Megaton Cubit Ash. I'm like, he's like, remember the part where like these masks are floating, he's just holding one of them and Luffy's just confused because he's like, what's going on? Like, where is this guy? Like, he just used that to his advantage, and I always find it funny because like he should not be putting in this type of work against him. But it's important to note that, because I think like that's one of my favorite things, where it's like you never know how 2 Devil Fruit abilities will match up, and obviously environment and things like that are gonna matter. So it's awesome. That's why I really like that as a landmark, especially for people who love the power skill this series. I think it's an important landmark because Foxy's not that strong.
I like the whole dynamic of Davy Back fights in general. Like, I think that shit is fire. It's a fire concept. I would love to see it again, like in the story at some point.
It would be crazier now, considering how much stronger they are. Like, even the simplest of games would be much faster and more destructive. So I would love to see that too come again.
There's like these cool theories that people were talking about, like involving the red-haired pirates and the Straw Hats having a Davy Back fight. I think that would be super cool. Yep. Because like I know that Shanks and Luffy have this like rivalry, but I don't think it's to the point where they're gonna, like, I don't know. I can't see them fighting each other. So, like, maybe that's a way that they could... The whole idea of the theory is, like, maybe they could... This is a way for their crews to go against each other without it being, like... them trying to actually fight or, like, hurt each other.
Yeah. Shit, what was I going to say? Honestly, I've never held that sentiment for this reason alone. Because I always felt like Luffy's an ape, right? And he's not bright, but I don't think he's naive. And I feel like he's shown that a couple of times. One of them being with Vivi and Alabasta, when she's like, "No one's gonna die," and he's like, "Alright, that's not how this works, right? This is war. That's not how that works." And the reason why I don't think Luffy would have to fight Shanks and like, I'm gonna kill him, right? Kind of, not that he's really like that, but when him and Ace departed, he said, "Next time we meet, it'll be as pirates," and they were both cool with it, and so was Luffy. Like, yeah, I won't lose. So I don't think he would treat Shanks any differently if that's what it takes for him to become Pirate King. He's in the way. You got to get moved. So I've never actually shared that sentiment. But them still having a Davy Back fight would be cool though. That'd be a cool middle ground if anything. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't think that he's against fighting against Shanks.
Would you want the same games?
I wasn't really thinking so much as Luffy as Shanks. Like, for me, it's like more so Shanks, because I know Luffy. Yeah, like for me, like I don't know if Shanks will be able to do that. That's just how I feel about the situation. I don't think that Luffy would hesitate, but it's more so because I think Shanks' dynamic with Luffy is like it's different. Like you know if you know what I'm saying, like Luffy looks at Shanks a certain way, but I think Shanks looks at Luffy a different way.
Okay.
Like more so as not like a father figure, but like more so like maybe I don't know, like a big brother type thing. So I don't know, man. I think it would be cool to see him fight, like, but I mean that's just the meathead in me. But
Dude,
I think a Davy Back fight would be
Blackbeard's
interesting.
taking his other arm and beating him to death with it. So I'm sorry, it's not happening.
What if we have another Davy Back? Would you want the same games or like Oda to create new shit?
Maybe some new shit because they're like way more like powerful now. Like
Yeah, I feel like there's probably more than just those games, or maybe I don't know. I would like to see something different though. I don't mind them playing someone familiar with, but you have to throw in something new though. So that'd be cool.
Hoops.
They start hooping. Hey man, Luffy can shoot it from anywhere. You can just stretch it and drop that shit in. That's a 3-pointer. Hold on now.
What do we think the prize would be? Because if something like that were to go down at this stage in the story, I'd have to imagine that it'd be for something like a road poneglyph or something like that.
I always say Robin because she could read it. Robin is a lot. Robin,
yeah,
kind of.
That's the ultimate prize.
Yeah, it's like if you could win, like all right, I'll play you for Robin type P. So I could read these poneglyphs. That's why I'm constantly worried about her safety in the new world. I'm like, yo, someone's gonna try to snatch her up and have her read.
Yo,
this
it's
shit.
going to happen at some point, bro. Like,
yeah,
I don't need that in my life. I don't need it.
because like someone's gonna realize soon, like, yo, we can't read these. Like, and then it's gonna happen. Like,
Oh man.
I don't know who. I would assume it'd be Blackbeard, right?
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, all right, he'll pull through and say, all right, I'll play you for Robin type of thing. I'm like, but Luffy's so confident, he'll say, yeah, I ain't gonna lose. But anyway,
A Blackbeard Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, Davy Back fight. That's low key. It sound fire though on paper. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
and you know that they're not gonna play fair, so it could work. It could work. We'll see.
I guess I could see some shit like they do the Davy fight, and then Blackbeard goes, fuck this, and just have a full on fight.
Yeah.
and sends everyone to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy and Luffy's ultimate thing end up just being a fight on the ship anyway. So I imagine Luffy and Blackbeard they'd fight. So it'd be cool. One Piece Pirates illiterate without Robin. Hate to see it. I mean, I don't even think a lot of them can read regular. So Luffy be looking like he's struggling to read sometimes. So.
By the way,
Bro,
so this arc, by the way, this arc mentioned Davy Jones, for the first time in the series, and Davy Jones is like the most commonly known like pirate thing. Do you think that'll go anywhere in the series, or is it just like, oh, here's a Davy Jones name drop?
I think a movie, if anything. Because I don't think a lot of those characters are gonna. I don't think he has the time. He can mention him and make him a thing or like a legendary figure. Not that he kind of hasn't already, but I don't think there's time for all that. This story's already getting away from Inawano. I can see that. There's just so many moving parts, But anyway, so real quick, anything left on the long arc? I mean, we can talk about the goat Tonjit on the stilts, just up there for like eons, up in them clouds, just on them fucking long ass stilts.
Man,
But yeah, go ahead.
That shit was ridiculous.
Yeah. He might be emu.
I forgot about him, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I literally forgot about him. He was up there mad long.
Yeah, he was.
God damn.
I don't know what he was doing up there, but he was up there. But yeah, okay. Have we run a course with this? Could we run with 107? Or then you have anything else to say? Cause then we have to rate it.
I guess since nobody talked about it, I'll just talk about Aokiji's appearance at the end of the arc.
Mm-hmm.
When he first showed up, Robin was shook as hell, and then they're like, "Yo, what's going on with you?" And then they're like, "That's a admiral from the Navy," and they're like, "Admiral," and then like when they brought up the fact that he was from the Navy, like Luffy started thinking. The last person that they encountered from the Navy was Smoker, right? Up until that point. And then Smoker was just he was a captain at the time, I think. So that's like what, four ranks below? It was captain, rear admiral. No, captain, commodore, rear admiral, vice admiral, admiral. Yeah.
Then
so like
Platt is the fleet admiral.
You got the
captain, commodore, rear admiral, vice admiral, and then admiral. So
Hmm.
four ranks below. So
Yeah.
like Aokiji's just like observing them at first, like, you know, nah, I'm not on duty right now. I can do whatever I want. I'm admiral. He was like, I'm not about to do nothing. And then like he sees that Robin's there and fucking the Straw Hats could be potentially dangerous in the future. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna just take care of y'all right now. Like, I'm not about to let y'all leave. And like for me, this was kind of like a reality check because like he just effortlessly bodied
The
Zoro,
monster trio.
Sanji, and
Yep.
Luffy without even exerting himself at all. And I was like, these niggas got a long way to go. like I was just getting so confident in Luffy after he took down the Warlord and Enru, and then this happens, and I'm just like, yeah, he's probably not there yet, not even halfway there yet.
No, that's facts. 'Cause I remember going like, oh damn, like it was that easy. And then you tried to find him one
I
on
knew
one.
like,
What?
but you got that aura from him. Like you knew he was about to clap him, but like I didn't know to what extent.
Yeah,
I don't know,
Like that
man.
was just,
I thought I believed him because I'm like if
I
I
didn't.
promise you if I was like that like yo I'm not on duty, don't worry about me. If you're trying to like as long as you're not doing too much, I'm not finna step in. Like obviously if I'm like you know admin on walking, you robbing someone's house, okay, I'm gonna have to freeze y'all niggas. But like, listen,
You know, he changed his mind after helping the old man like travel the sea.
oh
So
shoot,
you think he did that so he doesn't give the Marines a bad rep, maybe.
I'm not entirely sure why he did it, but he's just I don't know. It seems like an Aokiji thing to do. Like maybe I should do my job.
Bro froze the whole ocean in between the islands though. Like,
Yeah, yes, he's different.
he really
Hold
built
on.
different.
I mentioned it. I mentioned it in a with the Ace novel. I remember the Davy Jones thing being briefly mentioned along because we had a Captain John, a couple other people just kind of briefly mentioned too a little bit, and some of them were on rocks. But I would have to look that up again. I don't know if the novel. I don't remember the novel mentioning it. If you mean the Ace one, at least the two that are out in English. But okay, give it a ranking. I'll go in Discord order actually for now. So you go first, Breezy Bird. What is your ranking for Davy Back Fight?
I'll give it an 8 out of 10. Fun. All the Straw Hats do something. Foxy's a good antagonist. Like I said, kind of sets the stage for the rest of the pre-time skip.
Mhm.
Aokiji is another example of showcasing, the strongest people, diverse, but not being cliche of being like, all right, here's the strongest guy, and then the next guy you face is the strongest.
Yep.
And Gartes, this arc also did the Gartes.
Yeah,
With
and the
Aokiji saying,
relationship
hey,
they have. Yeah, there's actually a little tidbits in there that bleed into the rest of the series. But Joni, what would you rate it?
I'll give it a 7.5.
Okay. Do you want to explain or you good?
Oh no, you guys pretty much covered it.
All right, I give it 8.5. That's my score. Who's after me in the Discord? I lost the Discord. Pat.
Give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
My favorite, the Davy Back Fight. It wasn't Luffy's. It was Zoro and Sanji's when they were playing a ball game.
No sword style.
Groggy monsters. That shit was hard.
Yo, speaking of no sword style, I thought that was some filler shit Film Gold did, but I didn't realize like that was actually a thing in the manga,
Yeah,
which was this arc.
like when they were getting bodied because they just refused to work together, and then they're just standing there. Well, they're laying on the ground, and he was like, "Hey, cook,
Yeah.
let me hold your hand for like 5 seconds." It was like that should be enough time. I'm like, bro, they're the
That
best
shit was
duo.
hard.
I'm sorry.
They are. I really like that because like I always feel like it kind of remind me of like low key like Laker versus Boston fans sometimes. Like they just don't coexist. But I feel like people constantly misunderstand the relationship that they actually have in the story because there's still an underlying level of respect that's never not been there.
Nah, you're preaching right now.
It's never not been there. Where they're like, all right, we've had enough of this. You ready to just put this? Like, all right. All right, let's stop bickering and deal. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Actually, go ahead, Sin. What's your mark?
Yeah, I'm cool with the 8, man. I was gonna mention what Pat mentioned about the Groggy brothers Davy Back Fight, man. That was dope. That moment like
Sir.
that he mentioned, man, that you got 10 seconds to spare, man. That shit was hard, bro. And then they did their thing.
Shoot.
They did their thing, bro.
Yep.
So yeah, man, I'm giving it 8 out of 10.
Exactly, Yagamama. They do care for each other a lot. They just showed in the most, roundabout, macho machismo way. Like, I don't know, like that's just how it is sometimes. Townsy is still muted, so I don't know if he was listening or around. So yeah, give me your score.
I'm thinking it's a nice 8.15.
I was muted this whole time.
So specific.
Yo, Townsy, my dude.
I was muted? That's wild.
Yeah, he was muted. What's your score for Davy Back Fight? And say whatever you have to say about it before we move on.
I was throwing in little things here and there and everywhere, so I guess I'll go on a little tangent right now. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't my favorite arc, but you know what I'm saying? It wasn't my favorite arc, but I didn't dislike it. I didn't skip it, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the process of like going through the manga now. I've never done a full read through of the manga, so I liked it. I didn't hate it. Aokiji's my favorite character in One Piece, so it's like that was an introduction to my guy. I really I don't think y'all brought up I really like the whole the moment with Chopper in the arc with when he was like I kind of came to see with y'all, and Zoro was like, nah, you came to see to be a pirate, and guess what this is, pirate things. And he was like, what's up, be a man. And Chopper was like, I'm gonna be a man right quick.
Went,
I was like, okay,
right, yes sir.
Sat down, crossed his hands.
Yep. No, but Zoro, it had some of the funny, like some of my like personal like funniest moments in One Piece. Like when Zoro and Sanji was boxing, that shit was hilarious. What's it called? When in the middle of they fight, what's good? Prince Head. And it's funny how Oda kept calling Sanji like the prince of things, which is funny as hell. But he said what? He called him like a ball prince or some shit like that. Then they just started mixing. Called him a regular guy
because
without
he had
a sword.
the fucking ball shot on his head. Yes, because you had to like dunk it into their net.
Yeah.
I remember. You're right. I remember that.
He was. Yeah. What's it called? Right after he make fun of Zoro's like, oh damn, you can't use your swords. Crazy. Just a regular individual ass nigga, huh? Start mixing again. They just start boxing that time. I'm like, wait, hold on. It ain't gotta be this way. Just mixing right in the middle of it. Nah, Ark was funny as hell. Foxy funny as hell. No, I give it a.
Foxy shot a horse, bro.
I'm saying that's just crazy. That's Luffy dumbass was like, you know what? I know y'all got Chopper, but let me get this horse, huh? What? I'm tired of this.
Which it was anime only when Luffy goes, "Hey, it's your cousin, bro."
Yeah, I'm dead. It's he did say that. He did say that. We got the cousins.
What's your score though?
And then they cheating was funny as hell. Nami was boxing with the ref that whole time. Those interactions with Nami and the ref, hilarious.
The ref was funny too, actually.
He was like, I didn't say nothing. Nami was like, yeah, oh yes, you did.
And
Nami, I like how I just always love how consistent Nami is. She loyal, but she's consistent to who the hell she is. That shit is hilarious.
Yeah, Nami kind of scary. But I was gonna say this. Did you guys read the original, like one of the early translations where there was like the power of the blacks? It's within the Afro.
Manga Panda.
Yo, I said, wait a minute now. He's spitting, but just kind of racist.
December 21st.
Oh my goodness! I don't.
Yo said December 21st on week.
That's so funny.
Get my ice powers, cuz.
Oh, shit was so funny when I read that the first time. Like,
yeah, you talking about the Afro Luffy joint?
Yeah. That like.
Yeah, low key. When I read that, I was like, hold on. I was like, wait a minute. That joint was funny though, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, man, wait a minute. Is that what they think of us?
Hey man, they weren't telling no lies, so
They wasn't, but like, you feel me? You still had to take a second, like, hold on now.
Yeah, I was in a hit stun for a second, you know? Like, wait.
Yeah. I'm saying I kept reading though. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't really that man. I'm like, Usopp African. It's all right.
It's all good. And at least Luffy Brazilian, you know what I'm saying? At least he wasn't white, you feel me?
You know,
like,
you Brazilian. Yeah, that's true.
I like how everybody got a country. Usopp got a continent.
Yo, let's go.
Hey, that's how powerful he is. All right. Did you give me a score, Townsy? What did you say? Sorry.
7.5, 8. I want. I throw it 8. You know what I mean? Yeah, throw it to 8.
I will get the average for that later. But we could hop into the Water 7 because this introduces one of my favorite characters, Iceberg. I know you see him. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Tyrannosaurus.
Tyrannosaurus,
Yeah,
go.
that's a raw name for a mouse. I don't care what anyone says. That's a raw name for a mouse. But okay, so I'll kind of start it off. Like, so for anyone that wasn't here a little bit earlier, what I'm doing with that right now is I'm picking someone random, and you bring up whatever comes to mind first about the arc, character, a moment, a fight, a power, whatever, and then we'll just move from there. So Downsy, since you was not talking for a bit, you was on mute.
Yeah.
Start us off, brother.
One of my favorite aspects of One Piece, maybe my actual favorite aspect of One Piece, is like the mystery aspect, and it's like when they threw in your murder, your New York murder mystery. That I love that shit. That was clean. Well, obviously not murder. Your boys out here living. You feel me? But when they threw that in, I just loved all of that. Like trying to figure out who it was. Who was really out here predicting, like, unless he was spoiled, obviously, but like who's really out here saying like, nah, it's really Luchi, Kaku, and all them? Who was saying that? Nobody. The twist, clean. I like that whole plotline.
Yeah, like the Galileo workers actually housing CP9 government members was kind of crazy, but yeah, I don't remember me seeing it coming. I know at this point I don't think I was caught up weekly yet, because when I was caught up, I think we were under Rocket Man around there when I caught up weekly.
Yeah.
So I don't think I had too much time to think about who done it, what's going on, what's happening with Robin.
Bro,
But
I'm gonna keep it 100. Like,
And it's like when the
I
bartender
knew about
became-
Luchi.
Oh,
Like, I knew about Luchi, and I still didn't see it coming, bro.
yeah,
Like, I knew about him, like, before I started reading, because, like, you know, you seen on Twitter, everybody always talks about certain, like, things, you feel me? And, you know, Luchi and Luffy Luchi gets talked about a lot, because that was a good fight or whatever. It's usually fights they talk about. So I knew of Luchi before I even read this, and I seen him. I remember seeing him. I'm like, yo, don't Luffy fight him? And then still, when the reveal happened, I still was like, did not see it coming.
Yeah, because you don't know the context behind
Yeah.
why he's fighting him. So like when it gets revealed, like, yo, this nigga was spy, and they was undercover for years.
yeah,
It's crazy.
because they're there for a while.
I kept waiting for that pigeon to just straight up murder somebody. I was waiting.
Yeah, yeah. Hattori is the better half of that duo, by the way.
I said that pigeon was a thug.
I
He
was
said, "I'll
saying-
let you.
Now,
I'll
when
wait for
wait,
you to
wait.
get done doing what you're doing."
When he pulled up with the top hat and the fucking tie, I said, "Wait, why this bird got more sauce than me?"
Who checking this bird?
No, before that, you know what cracked me the fuck up? When they first got introduced to Polly, and then, like, you know, Hattori was, like, you know, ventriloquist thing for Luchi going on. And then, like, he insulted Polly, and Polly was like, Luchi, I'm gonna kick your ass. And Luffy was like, wait. The one you should be mad at is the pigeon. He don't want
The bird.
I remember that shit.
That freaking idiot. God.
Nah, 107 has so many moments that I like that just kill me. Like, I'll never forget this one. Like, one of my favorites is when after Luffy had seen Kaku do what he did, and he tries to run off and jump off the roof, and he fucking fumbles and bounces into the wall and falls right into the goddamn water. I'm like, what is he doing? And when they were on the run and they was hiding under the bridge, and Luffy was holding up thing on him, Chopper just looks down, he gets startled, and they drop in the water.
Luffy trying to copy Kaku.
Yeah, exactly. That shit was so funny. Why did he do that? But yeah, this arc has a lot of really, really, really small moments that I think are really cool. Like, I really like the kind of like double meaning of the moment where Zoro meets Kaku and he goes, you're not a mere carpenter," and you kind of just in the moment could write that off as something else, but like when you really think about it, it's like he could tell, like, no, this guy's strong. This is not just some fucking Galea dude fixes ships. I don't believe that. And I was like, yo, this nigga sharp.
But they also call him Usopp. First time he sees him,
that killed me, bro. He was like, "Who that?"
Everyone called him Usopp. It wasn't just Zoro, Luffy. Everyone did.
Why do they associate that man with his nose? Like he's a whole person. Like they see a nose and go Usopp. Oh no, it's not him. Like bro,
disrespectful to a god, man.
That man's hair is all the way blonde.
Davy Back 7.5, 7. Yeah, most people are hovering around a 7, which is not bad. I could live with that.
Yeah, bro. Any Twitter would give it a 3.
For sure.
Shit.
For sure. If even.
Any Twitter also stink.
Yeah. For sure. All right. Pat, bring up something significant about the arc to you.
I feel like it constantly gets underlooked, like when we talk about backstories in One Piece, but like Franky's backstory was up until this point one of my favorites.
Who?
In One Piece.
His name was Cutty Flam. You better. His name was not Franky yet.
That shit was one of my absolute favorites, man. Like I just loved the whole aspect of like Tom. He built the ship for Roger, and like you see how pressed the world government was to just erase anything that had to do with Roger. They were like, "Oh, this man built the ship for him. Nah, he gotta go." Like even something as trivial as that, they're like, "You sentenced to death."
Nah, they was really wilding though, cause like it could be some shit where it's like, wait a minute, in the 3rd grade you walked past him one time and brushed against his shoulder, you gotta die, your family gotta die, anyone that knows you and knows them gotta die. Like, bro, y'all good over there in the Marines? Y'all wildin'. What you mean you looking for a bunch of pregnant women around this time and just looking for them? Like, bro, y'all is wildin' over there. So cut that out. Jesus Christ. But yeah, keep going.
And I love like when we get introduced to Tom, like, you know, he's always laughing, he's always chilling. They're like, "Yo, you gotta get sentenced to death." And even then, he's not even shook. He's like, "Hey, look, if y'all want to execute me, y'all can go ahead. But like, this town, we have a massive flood every single year, and like sooner or later, everybody gonna die because of it. But I got a plan. I could build this joint called a train, because you know they ain't know nothing about trains back then. So they're like, I could build a train on water."
Technology.
And he was, "How long is it gonna take?" He was like, "You know, give me like 10 years. You know, 10 years good. I could get it." And they're like, "All right, the execution gonna get put 10 years." And like you see his relationship with Franky and Iceberg, and like Franky was never really involved in developing the trains at first, and he was always building ships with weapons and stuff. And Iceberg always telling him like, "Bro, stop building them shits."
Don't forget the greatest mermaid of all time in Kokoro, by the way.
And Kokoro, back when she was a baddie.
Yes, sir. wait. Wait, what do you mean? When did she stop being one?
Damn.
Oh, no comment. Bro.
That's dang. Keep going.
But I just like that over time, you know, Franky and Iceberg and Tom, they got even closer together, and then all 3 of them were working on the sea train. They finally built it, and then like, you know, there was CP9 at the time, right? Or was there CP something else?
I don't remember, but I know there was still Cypher polls out. I don't know if 9 was specifically there, because Spandam's dad was he 8? I feel I actually don't remember. I'll check right now. But keep going.
Yeah, they pull up, and they're like, you know, this man has the ancient weapon. Pluton, he has like the blueprints to him, like where he at. And they go to him, and then like they trying to get it from him. He's like, "Bro, I don't got that shit." Like just lying straight in their face, like, "I don't got it." And then you know, how scummy the government is. They start scheming. Then they use all them ships that Franky built but never like took apart, and use that to pretty much frame him for attacking the city. And like everybody really knew that he didn't do that shit. Like they all know Tom, but it was just like, it's just the principle, like how far they were willing to go to get their hands on the ancient weapons. And you see how like Franky built himself to be a cyborg, like after he got ran over by the sea train, after all the events that happened. And yeah, I don't know. It was just really.
Spandine was still CP9's chief back then, so they existed.
It was CP9.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, like it was just really emotional to me. Like seeing how a simple man that everybody loved built something that helped everybody, and then he still had to go because he just knew one man. He probably didn't even know him that well. It just built a shit for him. So it just started putting things into perspective, like how corrupt the government is.
Stay on the flashback, 'cause I want to talk about it. I'm just answering some stuff in the chat real quick. But yeah, stay on the flashback, because I actually, you bring up a good point, because I feel like the dude, like, I almost said dude with Don Tom, but shout out to my guy. But Tom was his backstory and stuff with Franky and Iceberg is a little underrated, because, well, I'm saying that because I like Iceberg a lot, but slightly unrelated. How do you guys see a 7? For me, it's solid but not great. I mean, 7 to me is like good. I'll say good. 70%. You know, like I kind of mark it like it's a test in a way. So a seven to me is never a bad thing.
It's above average.
Yeah, like, because for me 5 is passable because you got 50. You just made it, so 5 is passable. So that's pretty much like average. 6 is just a bit above average. 7 is good. I would put 8 is like, really good. 9 is like kind of like great, and to me 10 doesn't mean perfect, but more so it means like masterpiece, or kind of it resonated with me personally at the very least. Zoro erasing his memory of Kokoro being very much funny. It was funny as fuck. Yeah.
That was funny.
Zoro got bad taste. You know what I'm saying?
You hate to see it. Iceberg was right about this weapon.
He doesn't recognize anything but swords anyway, so whatever.
So real quick on the flashback, here's one, the thing that I really liked about this stretch of One Piece a lot too, because I felt like Oda was really hitting his stride from a writing standpoint and stuff, right? I remember asking myself upon maybe like my 6th reread, like, why was Iceberg was always like not fucking with the government, and I was like, why? He's a mayor, he's low-key a part of it and everything, and I just thought that I like how he planted the seeds there, because it's like he has already seen how they treated someone he cared about a long time ago, and I felt like he kind of foreshadowed that pretty well or early, and the way that it was implemented was seamless. So when Iceberg is the one that really finds out what's going on with Robin, what she's doing, I felt it made perfect sense. I'm gonna go on my Iceberg tangent in a little bit, not yet, but how do you guys feel about that? Like, how that ties into their mistrust of the world government?
Well, it makes perfect sense, because it's like, hey, if they get the ancient weapon, we're done for. And it's not just pirates, but the government itself. So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And remember that also Pluton is the is the weapon. Yeah, what's up, man? Is the weapon that he of course has the plans to, and then Cutty Flame and all that stuff. And remember that he saw what happened in his past, as we were just talking about. And Franky, look at all the stuff he built, these death war ships, and he saw what it was something that Franky didn't even intend to happen, ended up happening and causing the death of someone they cared about. So Pluton is even more dangerous now in Iceberg's eyes than, forget the other 2 ancient weapons. This thing, even in the right hands, could be misused, almost, sort of idea. So he's just like, nope.
But even Tom's lesson about, like, yo, you built it, it's your thing. You can't really kind of control how people are going to use it. It's kind of like I always use a baseball bat example. A baseball bat was made probably, with the intention of hitting the baseball. It's a recreational tool, but give it to somebody who has malicious intent, and now it's a weapon. You go beat someone in the head with it.
Yeah,
that lesson was important for Franky. Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, it's like how nuclear energy. We know how it's weaponized in that, but reality is that it could be one of the most best energy resources that we have. It's just that we've seen how it's been used in multiple extremes. So I hear what you're saying that.
Yeah. It's a bit like Sins of the Father. It's like, hey, don't, shit on the kid just for what their daddy did. It's kind of like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Joni, is he paying attention? I don't know if he's muted.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. You're up. Break something up for me about Water 7.
I think probably my favorite aspect is like the world. I was like looking through the chapters, and I really thought it was cool how Oda made the like industrial like complex of like building and stuff in One Piece, considering it's like 100 years in the past. And I liked how like he set up the water and how you could use like I think seals to travel across.
They're like those weird like seahorse things. I remember you talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool, and like the introduction to the arc with like to even get there, you get like they almost got hit by a giant train on the water, and I thought that was really amazing considering like that shouldn't be in the pirate era. So I guess that's it, like the technology boom.
Yeah, that stuff was cool, and it kind of reminds me of like how relaxed they were because most of the carpenters have hands. They're like, yo, you don't care, you pirate or not. You come here to spend money? Yes, sir. Open for business. And I was like, I respect it. I'm not mad at that.
Especially when
I
you
don't
got
care how many times you burn this building down. I will always repair it because I'm a carpenter. Let's do this.
Yep.
Especially when you got Luchi on your back, it's like, okay, you're good.
Oh my goodness, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I personally enjoyed the Straw Hats walk to Frankie's house more than their walk to Arlong Park. I don't think that's controversial.
It's raw as hell.
Yeah, it's not controversial.
That's pretty equally as important.
It might be a less popular opinion, but it's not controversial at all.
It's comparable. It's a comparable walk because it carries the same weight. They're fighting for a crewmate. It's the same walk. So,
I mean, since we're there, we could segue right into that. The whole Usopp subplot, right? You know how much the Mary meant to him because it came from Kaya and his home.
It's time for me to put my cape on.
So, okay, King, right? So, this was like emotionally hard. Like I couldn't believe what I was reading at the time. I was like, is this really happening? Like I kept like. Like, no, like, he said, nah, square up, see me outside. And I'm like, nah, not like this. I'm honestly reading the pages, and I'm like reading through the cracks in my hand with like one eye closed. Like, no, I don't like this.
It's like, please say psych. Please say psych.
Right? But yeah, let's talk about the Usopp subplot and how everyone felt about it. Let's start from the part where he kind of gets robbed first. And he feels weak, and like you said, the walk to the Frankie house and everything. Like, did you guys at all see that coming? Like the rift in the crew?
Bro. When I say they beat the fuck out of Usopp, bro, like I did not think it was gonna be that extreme. Like his nose is all bent up. Like they really dogged Usopp. Like I remember seeing it, bro, when I was reading it, and I'm like, yo, like I don't even know what's gonna come from this. One, I was worried about how Usopp would feel, cause I'm like, bro, he really just got dogged, like, and I knew it was gonna affect his mental, because like he's on his pirate crew, and of course, like his whole thing is, with this whole thing with the Mary and feeling replaceable, and like that's like the whole like a whole theme that goes along with their fight and stuff like that. But like, not only that, bro, I was actually worried about his like physical health. Like they really fucked him up. Like it was just a crazy moment.
Yeah, he took a beating from Frankie when he pulled up.
Naya just said we were focusing right now on the first part of the like Usopp getting beat up by the Frankie family, and at that point, the problem with that point for me is what Naya was saying about reading through his hands was I didn't understand the gravity of that situation. When I did a reread, I got it. But at that time, reading it, it was like, okay, I didn't understand that this beating of Usopp was going to start a chain reaction to what comes about. We thought, okay, they're going to do another, which Naya just compared it to. The walk to Arlong Park 2.0 happened, and it was going to be all good. It wasn't going to affect Usopp with the crew. This beating and the stealing of the money and everything that went down was sort of the beginning chain reaction that led to one of the most emotional moments in the series.
Pain.
Exactly. And I want everybody that's listening to know one thing. Usopp did not leave the crew because of the Mary. He did not leave the crew because of Mary. That was a part of it, but he didn't leave the crew because of a boat. It was him feeling guilty over losing the money that they could have used to repair the ship. And on top of that, he felt like he was holding the crew back. And because they were so eager to, well, not eager, but after Luffy had the little talk with Iceberg, and they were like, you know, you're putting your crew in danger if you don't change the boat. Because Luffy was so adamant on getting a new ship, he felt like, you know, Mary been with us since day one. You're just gonna cut him loose? Like, what if I can't go on no more? You gonna cut me loose like that too? And then, like everybody said, it's the chain reaction just built up.
And Usopp is the first crew member to actually say Luffy will be king. So he's probably like, yo, I'm a burden to this man's dream of being the best in the world. So.
Mm-hmm. And Oda did set this up really goddamn well, because remember that Luffy was as adamant as Usopp was initially about the Mary can't be repaired. What the fuck are you talking about, right? Yeah. Like, that is, Luffy had the same reaction. But Luffy tried, for the first time since this manga started pretty much, he tried to be more than just a goofball that's powerful. He tried to be a captain, a leader. And he had to make a decision for the betterment of the crew after listening to the carpenters. Usopp wasn't there for any of that. So he didn't see how Luffy suffered up until making that decision, and that Luffy was trying to put on a brave face during that entire exchange. And Usopp just saw him being cold-hearted and stupid, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You mind if I nerd out for a second? Could I talk about a thought experiment? The one thing that I found kind of brilliant about this whole kind of ordeal is, you know what, the ship of Theseus? The thought experiment that if, so like you could use a sock, but in this we'll use a ship, right? So let's say you have a very important ship. It means a lot to you, sentimentally, whatever, all kinds of things. It's the most important ship to you, most important possession you have. But over the course of your journeys on the sea, you're constantly replacing parts of the ship, from cannon fire, from maybe crashing into icebergs, and just wear and tear in general. But at some point, you have replaced every single part of that original ship with new material. Is it the same ship now?
Nope.
And that was kind of what was happening with the Mary. We have a bit of the dramatic irony on our side, because we know about the Kabuto man and everything, so we know that the ship does kind of have a life, so to speak. But the thing that's interesting about it is, I remember thinking to myself, so just rebuild the shit in the same way it looks. It's the same ship, right? Like, I remember when I was younger, I'm like, that's not even an issue. It's not even an issue.
And wasn't that actually brought up?
Yeah, Hattori says that no two ships can ever be the same. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
The fucking bird.
That was brought up. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just thought that was very interesting. Cause I remember reading it after, like, okay, no, I get it now. It wouldn't be the same shit, because they had to do it from the, I think, was it the rudder or whatever it was, but they'd have to basically rebuild the skeleton.
The keel.
Yeah, the keel.
The keel, which
is
the
main, cracked.
Which is the main part. Even to this day, even in modern ships, the keel is the main, basically your spine. And without a spine, guess what? You ain't moving very far. Yep. So, and
or
same
at
with
all.
The ship.
Yep.
Or at all. So.
Hem's a nerd. Listen, man. I'm just saying. I noticed that. So that was part of the things that made that enhances this entire part for me.
And even obvious, for long-time readers, but before they get to Water 7, Usopp mentions the patchwork on tin plates holds the memory of her battles and adventures.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't obvious enough, it's like, hey, we've been through a lot. We wouldn't be here with the ship itself. So, which adds to the drama.
Yeah. And then, so how do we feel about the actual execution of the fight itself? Like, aside from the emotional part, I think we all could agree it was tough. But Usopp did his thing. I was like, okay, hold on. You let them
crazy.
You know what I'm saying? With the impact. I said, wait.
He was on his Batman shit, bro. He was going hard, bro.
Yeah,
he did way better than I thought he was going to.
Exactly. Like, he really showed out. He did. Like, I was so impressed.
Yeah, like, you could tell he meant that shit. Like, he really wanted to win.
Nah, man. That shit was fucking fire. Like, the prelude up to it, when Luffy's just sitting in the ship, and Nami's like, bro, like, you're not really about to fight him. Like, stop being dumb. And Luffy's like telling her, like, bro, you say you won't fight. I'm gonna fight. I'm not gonna hold back no punches. We're not playing like this. Not if he said he want to fight me, we're gonna fight. And
He
he
took
show up.
Zoro's words to heart.
Yeah, he was like, I hope you're ready for what's about to come, cause like he wasn't, playing around. Like even though we crewmates, like you seen what I can do, and I know what you're capable of. Like if I hit you, you're gonna go down, for real. Like he was telling him, and Usopp was like, bro, I'm ready, bro.
He
like
said,
don't,
"See
don't,
me,
don't-
brother."
don't step on my resolve.
All right. He said, "All right, man." Literally, all right, man. But that's crazy. I really like that. I really like the Zoro moment, by the way. Let's talk about that real quick.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that actually my moment when you were first bringing it up, and I wasn't here right away, I was in the chat, was when you said bring up a moment from Water 7. My first thought was Zoro's conversation to Luffy after the fight with Usopp. That was my first moment I thought of, because a lot of people to this day will still argue that Zoro was not first mate of the Straw Hats. And this is a key moment to show why he is. Because he's the one who basically, Zoro will let Luffy run rampant and just go, whatever. Like let Luffy be Luffy. But when it comes to the position of captain, if he starts to go against the responsibility of that, Zoro is always there to go, no. Listen, I let you goof off 95% of the time. But when it comes to real duties and real responsibility, you need to buckle down or I'm going to leave. That's what it is to be a captain.
That's the weight of being a captain. He said it's heavy.
Yeah, and he said that is what it means to be and Zoro noticed that everybody else is arguing. You got Chopper and Nami crying, you got Sanji yelling at Luffy, you got all this shit, and Zoro's the only one just standing there watching the fight, watching this all go down, not saying a word, and just telling Luffy, this is what being a pirate is. We're not playing games.
Yep.
If you break down, what do we do?
Yeah. Exactly.
That was one of those things where it's like, I remember the first time it happened, I'm like, he's so fucking right. Like, you hate to see it, but he's not wrong. Like, I respect it, and I respect that he said that. Go ahead.
On top of that, I was just gonna say, I like in that moment with Zoro talking to Luffy, also simultaneously like Zoro telling Luffy what it means to be a captain, and like Sanji is like instructing Chopper like what being a man is all about. Because like Chopper is about to hop off the ship and like go treat him, and like Sanji's like, bro, what you doing? Like, you can't just step on a man's pride like that. He left the crew, he got his ass beat, then you go and tend to his wounds like you're his mommy. Like, you can't do that.
The last thing he needs is your pity.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Yo, Naya, I gotta slide off, bro, but I can give you my rate real quick if you want me to.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of us gonna say the same thing, but I'm giving it a 10. I'm saying 10 out of 10 all day. 10 out of 10 banger.
Nice.
I'm saying.
I appreciate you stopping by.
I won't go into details on why, because I'm gonna let you know what I'm saying, y'all gotta talk about all that, but I mean, y'all know why. I'm saying.
Because of gold.
But, appreciate you having me, bro. Appreciate you letting me come through. You know what I'm saying. All the rest of y'all have a great night, man.
Thanks, you too.
All right. Was there anything else with the Usopp moment you wanted to talk about? By the way, the whole ordeal. Did we miss anything?
Well, the problem I think is that some of the stuff will be discussed in the Enies Lobby part, but a lot of the things set up with this fight bleed in to the Enies Lobby stuff. So,
it's true. But Jesus Christ, that shit was so fire. As hard as it was. But okay. Let's actually, who should I call upon? You know what, go ahead, Griever. Lead us to our next talking point. Of Water 7.
What?
Anything significant? What's up, Jay?
What's
up?
What's up? If Quietly adds me in the Discord, just let me know. So I can give him the role, or someone drag him in or whatever. But yeah. Go ahead, Griever.
Our next talking point. So I guess, I mean, we all basically know what happens after the fight, right?
Yeah. Actually, I see him now.
I mean,
CP9.
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but I did not see that coming.
Neither did I.
I mean, we all
felt
knew,
so stupid.
we all knew the world. We all knew the world government was out there. We all knew clearly they had like an FBI and MI6 sort of agency. I mean, that was sort of set up, sort of hinted at here and there, but it wasn't really full blown show that holy shit, there are actually like double agent like spies, undercover people. Really? Is this really what we're going here? You know, and it made sense for the arc, but it was like, whoa, I thought like the Franky family was going to be the whole, and then we had the whole Usopp thing. Like we had two storylines, and Robin was still sort of and then it was like, then we had this third element into this arc. This arc had multiple plot lines that just kept stacking, and you never saw a single one happen.
Yeah, so. Let's kind of start there, because like, okay, so when that reveal happened, first of all, what was everyone's initial impression? Just everyone else, like, were you shocked? Not shocked? Were you like, damn? Like, how was everyone's initial reaction to that? Because like me, I was shocked, and I was like, yo, fuck these guys.
The only one you
These guys.
the only one you could have predicted was Blueno, because when he gets introduced in a manga, that's when the Franky family starts talking about CP9.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he gets like some suspicion, but everyone else, I don't think you could have like predicted it without getting spoiled of, okay, yeah, because Luffy fights Luchi.
Because the thing about it is, like you
More or
just said, like that to me is like very implicit. It's implicit, right? He didn't outright state that, but he's kind of hint, like there's hints there that kind of let you know these guys are not, you know, what they are. But
I had no idea.
Oh shit!
I'm not gonna lie. Well, what's up? I know some people like to be like super, you know, intuitive and shit, but not me. I'm not gonna lie at all. I had no idea that they were gonna pull that anybody, that him, none of the members that we seen was like part of a secret organization. I just had no idea.
You don't want
that
Loki
was
hurt
one
me.
of the best things done.
It was
I thought it was
Khalifa.
just new random people coming up with like I'm like, what? Who are these masked men? What's going on here? Who are these guys?
Khalifa and Blueno fucked up Kaku and Luchi, which is actually genius, because you would think it would be the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, Luchi and Kaku do all the damage, but really they're the ones that take damage in order to make the reveal more impressive.
Yeah.
Like I remember being like, because I thought like Iceberg was, because I like Iceberg a lot, so I remember their gimmick being funny when they're just talking. And he's like, I don't want to do anything. He's like, I'll clear my schedule. And like, you're like a bad mayor. And after she's like, that's sexual harassment. Like, just I'm like, no, you too, A2. I'm like, no. Everybody betrayed me. I didn't see it coming. My feelings were hurt. But yeah, that shit was so heart-wrenching too, because then they ended up losing. Then we think Robin betrayed us. Aqualunga is coming, and I'm like, bro, Usopp's gone, and I'm just like looking at the ground like despair, pain. What's going on?
Yeah. Oda did a really good job when Zoro and Negan were going into the mansion, that he kept drawing the winds getting stronger and stronger. It's like, hey, it's coming.
Mm-hmm. And when we get to the certain part, I'm gonna talk about why I felt extra. Wow, what gave me an extra level of investment into this arc in a second. But, yo, Jay, since you just came through, the way that I'm kind of doing it is I might call out someone at random, and I want you to bring up something about the arc.
Okay.
That's important to you, significant to you, or something you didn't like. It could be anything of the sort. So, like, what? So we're gonna hit you up. What do you want to talk about? Water 7.
So with Water 7, I think one of the most impactful moments, and I'm sure we talked about it already, but I guess I'll bring it back up. Is the moment with Usopp when he loses the money, right? Yeah. And I think what hurts the most is, and I kind of like the realism of certain characters. This is why I like Sanji so much, like the relatability and things of that nature. And I think it's just that Usopp is always known he's weaker than everyone else. Usopp is always known that he's not as strong as Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper. Even Nami, in cases now that
he might be the strongest Chopper.
I don't know. Nah, Chopper.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, we're talking about the physicality.
Yeah,
so it's just like, all right, Usopp got this one job, hold the money. I was like, all right, I got it. I'm about to fix Mary. We good. And then Franky beats the shit out of that nigga. Like everybody in the Franky family beat the dog shit out that nigga, bro. And what has me is they leave him out in the streets. Nami comes across him, and it's like when he talks about
how ashamed he is of himself. Like my heart starts like melting. Like I just can't, because I cry every time I watch that scene. I start crying because there's something about when you go through a phase of self-loathing, and it's like you keep digging a deeper hole and you keep shitting on yourself and you go deeper and deeper. It's like Usopp was doing that before our eyes, and you felt every word he said in that moment. And it's like Nami couldn't say nothing to him. If you look at Nami's reaction, she couldn't say nothing to him. It's like, how am I gonna lie to this man?
She's like, at least I can navigate.
Yeah, at least I got a skill.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's the pain. It's just like, all right, Nami was mad. She's like, all right, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, go fuck these niggas up, because ain't nobody gonna make my nigga feel like this, dog. Like, oh nah, this can't happen. So when they find out about it, and then Usopp obviously went back to try to fight the Franky family, and he's just on the floor, like he got another ass whooping, and then all the Straw Hats see him, and they don't say nothing. They're just like, all right, somebody's getting hurt.
Yeah,
like somebody is about to get hurt. And that's the one moment where I had full respect for Chopper. That's one of the only moments when I had full respect for Chopper. Because Chopper looked at him, he went straight up.
I just walk into?
He pulled up.
Chopper pulled up. Chopper was serious. He said, all right, I'm a hood nigga now. I ain't no cutesy merchandise nigga. I'm a hood nigga now. I said, okay, Chopper, I'm here for this. And they, when they went in the walk up to the Franky house, one of the best moments in One Piece, and they just beat the shit out of everybody. Like, beat the dog shit out of everybody.
The last time you heard Luffy say some shit like, "We gonna crush your bones," huh?
Bro, Luffy was not playing.
When you become a pirate, Luffy, what happened?
you know what was fire about that moment in the anime? Like when Luffy and them just looking at Usopp, Luffy like, Chopper, is he alive? And then Chopper's like, yeah, he breathing. And then after that, they don't say nothing else.
They say nothing else. They said it's all right.
And then the OST kicks in.
And then Luffy puts
Zoro putting the new rag on, like, oh yeah, someone getting hurt tonight. Let's go.
Sanji lets up the cigar. Let's go.
Like, knock, knock, knock. Door open. First thing Luffy do, punch it into the
right in his jaw. I said, oh, they're here for action, no words.
But this is a good segue, because I feel like we almost skipped this part over. Franky's introduction now, because now Franky's like, wait a minute, what happened to my niggas?
Yo, Franky put the hands on Luffy. If Water 7 was happening like right now, the community would fucking like power scale the shit out of Franky. It's like, oh, he's stronger than Luffy. He probably top 5 in the verse. I don't know, some crazy shit like
that. When Luffy beat Luchi, motherfuckers went crazy talking about this Admiral level shit, bruh. I remember this shit distinctly from back then. Niggas back then was wildin'. They didn't have a clue. I was like,
after
they say he beat CP9. Oh, hold on, he might be able to. You know what I'm saying? He might be tangling with them admirals now. Motherfuckers didn't know. Motherfuckers just didn't know to know.
Yeah.
But for me, with the Usopp moment, I like the resolution that came in Enies Lobby when Zoro told him, there's things you can do that I can't do. I think that was a good little touch for just the Straw Hats as a unit.
No, Sanji had to.
I thought Sanji said that, bro.
I feel like both of them was there. I just remember Zoro.
This nigga loves Zoro so much.
No. But even coming from Sanji, I just feel like that's a very good thing that just goes along with the crew all the way back to Luffy and the Arlong Park. It's just like
it's a way of telling him the truth.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter that I'm super strong or whatever. There's like literally for Usopp to be able to snipe from a falling building at the top of it, super far to help Robin. It's like only he could have done that.
Yeah.
Sanji couldn't have ran over there. Zoro couldn't have cut that shit in half. It took one thing that Usopp could do, and it just shows that everybody has their place. No matter who you are, you're still important. You still bring something to the table.
Usopp saving the world, bro.
I really fuck with that.
It's just God Uso Land doing God shit, you know what I'm saying? And not a big deal. It's just another day in his life, you know what I'm talking about? But
that's crazy.
The introduction of Franky to me is very interesting, because if you had asked me the time that I was introduced to him, would he have become a crew member? I would have laughed you out there. I would have roasted you. I would have laughed you out the room. But like this nigga, you reading 2 Piece over there? PEACE? Crazy. Like
no man, it's got to be Paulie the crewmate. Fuck you smoking.
I never thought Paulie would be. I didn't even think they was getting a new crewmate honestly there. And I at the beginning at first like it seems like the latter Straw Hats really had to grow on me. Some of them like became some of my favorites, like Brook too. At first I didn't want him, and Jinbei I didn't even want. Even though I like Jinbei, I just didn't want him on the crew.
Yeah. Jinbei,
you're tweaking on Jinbei, but I feel you on Brook.
I said I liked him, but I didn't really care for him to be on the crew.
There's a lot of motherfuckers that didn't want Jinbei.
Is it because he's threatened Zoro's position?
When Luffy, no. When Luffy first asked Brook to be on the crew, I was like, oh, not this fucking skeleton. Like his crew starting to get super crazy, super weird. But and Franky was just the worst. It's like a fucking cyborg. When he pulled out that Pegasus shit, the horse shit,
the Centaurus,
the Centaur. Oh my god, fam! I was not rocking with it. I'm like, this dude's about to be on the crew. But now I actually love Franky a lot. So. I mean, I guess Oda knows what he's doing because they do grow on you. But at first, I was not. I'm like, let's hope he doesn't.
You know, Luffy did foreshadow Franky with the drawing before they went to Water 7. Like, he drew what their shipwright would look like.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm kind of listen, we added Jinbei to the crew because Oda realized that these guys cannot be the pirate crew with only one monster trio. Like, really? You got like half the crew that can't fight on a commander level, and you got the other half that can fight commander level. Really? Then we need a warlord.
I always said, like, with the addition of Jinbei, it's important, or I always said they needed a fisherman just because they have 4 people who can't swim, and just having one of them would be nice. If they all fall, because once Luffy falls in, immediately Chopper and Brook are diving after him.
Yeah, and Sanji can't do all the work.
So if you have Jinbei's like, oh, whatever, I got it. And like in 2 seconds, they're back on the ship. So that's how I always saw it. And having someone attack from the sea is useful. But
it works in hindsight.
Yeah,
like it's not that I like Jinbei the character. I just felt like I don't know with the crew. I didn't really see how it would work, but I mean, it works.
What did we need another? Did we need another glass cannon? Do we need Carrot on the crew or something?
I mean,
like Jesus Christ, we're going against Yonko. I
need Carrot on the crew.
We need more warlords.
I need Carrot on the crew. I'm I don't mind it.
I'm good with Carrot on the crew. I'm saying that power wise, if Luffy's going to be doing this crazy fighting Yonkos and their crews. We're just going to keep repeating the whole Cake Island shit where they're just not going to be enough to fight a crew that's been established for 20
They're dying in water.
Right. So we needed to add some actual power to that crew. Like Brook is awesome. Nami's I like all the Straw Hats, but at the end of the day, we needed another Zoro and Luffy level character.
All right, that's interesting. I actually agree with you with that. I remember thinking Wiper was gonna join. I didn't bring it up last time, but I remember thinking that after Sky P, I thought if anyone was gonna join there, it'd have been Wiper. I never brought that up before.
You know, for a second, I thought you said Whitebeard.
Too much diversity, man. We don't need no Indian niggas.
No, I was really about to fight you, dog.
No, Wiper. But so. How did we feel kind of watching Franky's sort of antagonistic portrayal slowly but surely kind of shift? Like the shift isn't really fully happening to Enies Lobby, but we start learning more about the world government and whatnot, what's going on with Robin. And you remember the part where he's with Franky and Usopp together, and he hits him down in the water so he can see what's happening to the ship, so he can understand why it can't be saved. And I was like,
I think
go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I'm saying I love the Franky stuff just because you see how a moment, even he was an antagonist, he had a heart because the story from Usopp obviously made him cry and shit.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, you saw how much he cared about his actual family. That's why he wanted to fuck them up as soon as his house got fucked up. So I don't know. I think it was dope that you saw that Franky always was a good person. He just had some things he was dealing with.
Even before that, like in the bar scene with Kokoro, like, oh, this guy's chill. He's not just some bounty hunter thug.
Yeah,
like, he's chill.
It was a very natural transition because like it was like, all right, so they took away Robin and Franky, and then they came through. It was like, listen, y'all beat our asses. They got y'all homie too. Listen, let's do this. And they was like, let's go. And it's like they pull up. They like, Franky, we here. You know what I'm saying? Not Franky. Robin, we here for you. He see the homies there. He's like, you was working with. He was like, you was working with my homies. Okay, then, because Franky and them. Well, I won't say Franky was working with Usopp, but like he did the thing, saved Usopp, trained, blah blah blah, whatever.
He kind of was working with him. I think he respected Usopp's resolve.
Yeah,
when he came to the ship with the ship because you know how he, he knows about ships. He saw how much
Usopp
actually cared for the ship. So
that's how we found out about his what's it called?
Shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
They was halfway. That was the first two to be halfway homies. because they had their whole little moment when he Usopp hid the ship down there. That was bullshit.
Yeah.
And then Luchi and them came through. Was like, let me get them prints, cuz. So like they had that little moment. They had their little moment. They had that little moment. So it was like it was very it was seamless. It was a seamless transition for him.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah,
not Franky.
I mean, I like how Franky's main motive was to protect the city from the underworld.
Yep.
So, like he was protecting it in his own way because they were only like pillaging pirates, taking their it was really pirates that they were after. Like we follow Luffy and he's our MC, so we forget that he's a pirate. So to Franky, he's food. It's like this guy's a pirate. It doesn't like it's not like he's a nice guy or coming in for like this. We're gonna get him. We're gonna catch him lacking. That's what we do. That was just his way of protecting the city. It just happened that he went up against Luffy, the storm, the plague of islands.
Bro, I couldn't agree with that more. The nigga is
Luffy is 100% a plague. He comes to your island, he destroys the structure of it. He wrecks the tyranny. He wrecks the the structure of the island, the power systems. He honestly destroyed. Look what he did to Dressrosa. For the better, yes, but
Iceberg gets shot.
The prophecy of Fishman Island. Anybody?
Yep, yeah, that one too.
For sure. I mean, like Quail, I think we used to call it that years ago. Hurricane Luffy, like he just comes.
I mean, to the antagonist in the series, Luffy is literally a plague. He comes to your island and destroys it.
All of a sudden, they pull up and the bad guys want to make their moves.
It is what it is. Okay, let's talk about the Aqualunga stuff because this is like I'll go next with this part because this hit me pretty bad. So I did not. Now he's a furry. What I tell you about Sonic Fox? I keep telling you all was he wrong? Okay, so I did not trust Robin. At this point, I still don't like her. I don't trust her. So when I learned what she's doing for them
now,
no.
He said at that point,
bro, Robin's my second favorite character. You know this. But I'm talking about at the time, I still don't trust her at all. I'm like, of course she's with the government. I'm like, don't worry about her. Aokiji was spitting. And then when Iceberg drops the bombshell, and Robin runs to Luffy when he's stuck in between the buildings, and he tells her what's going on, and she's dying for them. I felt so bad. I felt guilty. You don't understand. I'm like, nah, I fucked up. What are you doing? Go get on that fucking train. I switched up my whole energy in a split second. I felt so bad. I did not trust her. And she went that hard for them. Go ahead.
I wanted I wanted to think the same, but it's like when I was going through it, and it's like it was just something about her entire energy shift when Blueno first walked up. CP, something about her whole energy shift. She was like, I am not fucking with this, but it's like I know what must be done. It's like she knew. So it's like I felt like maybe we can't trust it, but I was like, nah, I gotta be something. And I was just I was just relieved. It was like a weight off my chest. I was like, okay, I could be horny in peace. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta hate it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, Nani?
Because Oda did a vet. Because I said I don't think I said it last time, but it's like Oda gave me Oda did a very good job making me hate fucking Nami in the beginning. So it's like this time it didn't make me feel that way. It made me was like, nah, I saw something in her eyes. I saw something there. I don't know about that one. I don't know. But it was her whole energy shift right there is the only thing that kept me from just like, nah, I can't.
It's funny that you bring up Nami because that's exactly why I totally trusted Robin, and I up until that arc, I was just like, no, you know what? Oda's not going to do it a second time. He's going to make it look like that. I said, but he's not going to do the betraying thing. I said, to myself when I was reading it, Naya was totally different. He's like, fuck this bitch. And I was like, no. I got faith. I got faith in Robin. I got faith in her, and it was rewarded, thankfully. But I do get the uneasy feeling about Robin because she clearly, we know she's read more up to this point in the story. She's read a bunch of poneglyphs at this point, and she hasn't exactly told anybody because, as she pointed out like a few chapters ago to Law, Luffy doesn't give a shit. So it's not given to us, the reader, because from the Straw Hat's perspective, that's not important. But to her, it's very important. And she read the one at Fishman Island. She read the ones at Alabasta. She read the ones at Skypiea. So she has read a lot of shit that probably is relevant. And so I get that sort of still shady, like she's going to drop a bombshell on us, the next arc.
That's an interesting perspective. I never even thought about it that way. Like maybe she had read something that was that significant, That's interesting. I just remember being like, yeah, I knew about her. But now he said that, I was like, I don't think I really said that. What I really said was, it was just kind of shifty the way, like I switched my energy up. I didn't say it. I try to switch up. So yeah, that gave me a next level of like emotional investment. But Mr. Goulad brought up something really important, a good scene in Water 7. And we could talk about this too, because this is when Sanji goes off by himself on the train. When you're talking about
the arc, let's go.
Yeah, when he's talking to Chopper, when he's wrigging out his shirt in the water, and talking about you always forgive a woman's lies.
I don't feel that part, but no.
Listen, I don't agree with what he's saying, but it's like it's a good Sanji line, and like what he does after is significant because he goes off on by his lonesome.
Yes, always respected the fact that by himself.
That was lit.
The train part of Water 7 is actually my favorite part. Just everything about it. When Luffy and Zoro on their way there, Sanji actually on the train putting in work against a whole bunch of people, almost breaking Blueno Sakai.
When he did that conker saying that shit was so wrong, he was spinning on one hand, going Beyblade mode on his ass. I was like, okay.
Blueno was big shit.
Him going after her by himself and telling the crew, like, tell them to catch up, like I'm going. Like it was important that he immediately went. I think that was like that was a highly respected moment. This is before I started to hate Sanji as a character. So back then, I'm just like, this dude's gonna, he's goated.
All right, so here's the thing.
Sanji,
like if that line, always forgive a woman's lies. Like obviously, if we're taking it super literal, and applying it to real life, but within the context of One Piece, knowing who Sanji is, it was really appreciated that, in that moment, it wasn't like him just being a stupid servant for any beautiful woman that he sees. He knew that Robin was being distressed because she was acting totally different from what he was used to. So he was trying to tell Chopper, like, sometimes you just have to be observant of women. Like, when they start saying things that they don't mean, like, you have to pay attention. And on top of that, like for me, Enies Lobby starts as soon as Sanji gets on that ship. Because him being on there just fucking everybody up the whole time and like trying to get Robin back by himself, that shit was goated, man. It's just moments like these with Sanji when he's always going off on his own, when everybody's wondering where he's at, and he's always covering the bases when nobody's paying attention, using his brain. Like that's just the type of stuff that makes me love him, man.
My favorite part was the note that he left in the train station that said, like, none of you dudes read this. Yeah, just for Nami.
I'm dead.
He literally said, none of you dudes read this, and then just went off. Went crazy with it.
What makes me sad is that I feel as though he would have said the same thing to Chopper, even if he didn't think Robin was lying.
No, but in that moment, he clearly knew that she was lying. That's the thing.
But okay,
Sanji is the personification of the overcorrectness of the current state of our world.
Oof.
That is what he is. He is so simping for the feminine persuasion that he sips so hard that it's such a level of overcorrectness that fuck the other gender. We got the feminine form. We don't need to. Yeah.
World?
Like
the whole world, honey. The whole world.
My friend, was that Griever?
As much as I love Sanji, I don't know if I can agree with that. As much as I love
Griever, I gotta say, as much as you just eloquently called him a beta. Thank you.
No, I don't know. I think it was really like understanding that
Emilio's
she was,
my dude.
Like the other person said, she really was in distress, and it was more so like it's more so the same way Luffy knew that he was lying at Whole Cake Island. It was on those lines. Like, she's saying this, but I know it's something more there.
And I did like your description of the moment, and I do agree with that. It's just that every situation, even if Sanji's wrong, it just so happens the way the story has been playing out, Sanji will always believe the woman. Trust me, you're talking to the right person here. He put it eloquently. Like, we can read between the lines about the always believe a woman's lies sort of idea. We can read between the lines and know what he really meant. But he literally, for over 900 chapters, has literally followed that also in a very literal
he will
sense
believe
as
any
well.
He will believe any woman, whether it's a lie or not. He will believe any woman.
Right.
Bro, if you were to ask him that right now, why this nigga's covered in web, he will say the same thing.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Now we can, yeah.
So here's where I want to step in. And you know what I'm saying? Like, because niggas do this all the time. And
I try to be unbiased.
Y'all just keep forgetting who Sanji is and what his character is. You keep forgetting his backstory. And it's like, again,
how do we get here?
I don't think people forget. I think people just don't like
I think people generally just don't care or like to look at the intricacies of his backstory.
No, it's just Jay. It might not be. It just might not be that good.
No, think about it this way. I want you to answer this, right? You know that a person's upbringing and what they were exposed to as a child normally shapes who they are and what they believe in. Can we all agree with that?
Yes.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Your childhood is extremely important for your development. That is a de facto.
Hitler believed in him having a perfect Aryan race, bro.
Listen, anyway, so.
Hitler believed in a perfect Aryan race.
Please, oh my God, please.
I'm recording what you said. Go ahead.
Okay, we are going to go on the line of reasoning that is a fact, and let's continue.
Okay, yeah. So my point is, if you look at his backstory, what is the only gender that showed him any sort of kindness whatsoever?
Wait, Jay, I got you right. I can stop you right there. I'm sorry, Jay.
What is the only gender that he ever received any sort of satisfaction or acceptance?
Even though the women were the ones who helped him. It's not just women, because Zeph is a man, right?
So Zeph don't exist?
Yes, Zeph is Sanji's greatest savior, right?
I understand.
That's his greatest savior. But wait, I'm not even done, Jay. The reason why Sanji does not hit the reason why he doesn't hit women is because that's Zeph's ideals that he pushed onto Sanji. At first, Sanji was like, "Fuck these bitches." He was about to hit a woman, and Zeph told him that's something that I never want you to do. And out of respect for Zeph, Sanji also does not hit women. That's how it started. It's not.
But that's not the topic at hand.
It's not because.
But that's not the topic.
But Jay, no, you're trying to say
culmination of it.
You're trying to say because he was saved by women in his upbringing, that's why he loves women so much. When that is not the reason. It was because of Zeph's ideals. That's the actual reason. That's true, Jay. That's true. It's true.
Quietly, you did not let me finish.
Okay, let Jay finish his complete thought. Let him finish his complete thought, and then chime in.
How do we get here? All right. So my whole point of that whole topic has nothing to do with Sanji hitting a woman or his love for women. I'm talking about his perception of women. And you said Sanji's overcorrectness, always believe the woman, yada yada yada. In that case, women Sanji has a perception of women where they always do good by him because that's all he knew as a child. So he carries that on into the future. Zeph obviously put more into that, and that's why he doesn't hit women as well. Like we mentioned, Zeph is his father figure. Zeph was the first male figure that Sanji could realize, men can also treat me well as well, and that's where Sanji developed as a character. But we're talking about when he says, what was the statement again? Always believe a woman's lies or something like that? Yeah. In that moment in time, you can see where that perception of women comes from because of his upbringing. It's not some kind of political stance or anything. That's just who he is.
Jay, because but
that's where it comes from.
His mother lied to him when she was eating that nasty ass food. She lied and said it was good, but it was fucking.
And did he not believe it? And did he not believe it?
He did. No,
did he believe what she said?
He believed her lies. He believed her lies. She told him it was good. He believed it.
And he reiterated it. And he reiterated it.
Actually,
so you just proved my point.
Quietly needs to go.
I was about to say that actually
proves my point.
Yeah,
so
that helps his point. That helps his point.
No, God, nigga, you know he was trolling. Quietly being a dick.
But he helped my point. Regardless of if he was trolling or not, he helped my point. And that's my point.
So wait-
So I would.
Oh, Jay, you were so petty. I hate this.
He is so petty.
I'm not petty.
This
I'm just spitting.
Can I
Hey, I'm out of this one. Y'all
all
two go
this
at it. 'Cause y'all both is petty.
at the end of the day, the line was raw, the scene was raw, and what he went to do was raw, and all that shit y'all talk about, don't give a fuck about it. So
Exactly. So I don't know how we got here.
now,
It's raw.
Sanji on the train where we were,
was wrong.
007.
Yes.
Now, all right, speak on it.
Fighting the ramen man with the knives.
Yes, sir.
Greatness.
He broke Bruno's Takai raw.
Broke two Rosa Kai. At this time,
Boxing champion Jerry got folded.
I loved Sanji's fighting style. How when he people he would change their face, and he made Wanzi a pretty boy
He
for
beat
like
Jake
2
Paul.
seconds.
That shit funny.
That shit is always funny as fuck.
Woodwarded that nigga.
Yes, he made him a pretty boy. Like that was clean as hell.
If you read the manga and the part when he's fighting Wanzi, when Wanzi starts spinning, that's where Sanji gets the idea for Diable Jamba right there. There's a panel in there where he takes note of Wanzi spinning, and then later on he does the same shit in Enies Lobby.
And his leg just goes on fire as a result.
I have not.
Pretty possible.
Kind of wild.
Same thing with.
And it'd be
Luffy
funny that he would
versus-
took that idea too, because that dude also considered himself a chef.
Yes.
Same thing with Luffy.
You don't want booger noodles, bro?
Fighting Wanzi, he was like, he might be a lame chef that can only cook noodles, but he does take care of his utensils.
Yeah.
Respect him as a chef.
Sanji being a better swordsman than Zoro in that arc.
I'm going to look into it.
Yeah, Sanji with blades is raw. He's raw with the blades.
I'm
man.
just gonna let it slide today.
I'm not commenting on anything involving Zoro versus Sanji.
Mess up Heaven's Stream. I'm just gonna let it slide.
And quietly, no, you petty. You didn't have to say anything if you was gonna let it go.
You know me though. Once I had enough. If it's my stream, I shut it down. When it's not my stream, I think I can do. If it's
Wait,
mine,
hold on.
I
You
shut
just
it
throw
down.
shots at me?
So
Yes, sir.
Yes, everybody. Literally everyone. All right. Now Usopp's line.
Cap.
Believe in Luffy.
Hello?
Believe in Luffy to Robin. I'm sorry. I'm tripping. Soke King's line. What was I talking about?
Talk to
I was
him.
about to say,
I was tripping.
Usopp was not
One
on
of
that
the
train.
funniest things in One Piece. That's so good, King. The fact that in the anime he had a whole theme song just always flew. Like, even
And
if
they
it's
played the whole
even if it's
thing
the
every
eyes
time.
of rap,
Soke King no Shimade.
They really played the whole thing every time. I'm like, wow.
That lock on part. That shit happened. I like it.
I was screaming when he screamed. Like, the way he screamed,
Tyrannosaurus
like,
was in the vid too.
And the lyrics was
Y'all
crazy.
just hilarious.
Even if it's a rat's eye, it's like what? Like lock on, like God, a rat's fucking eye. That shit was great.
Yeah. How did like I was laughing so hard at the fact that like they couldn't recognize him. I really was laughing so hard. I know that's stupid. It's not important, but they're like, oh, this guy, like, oh yeah, Usopp sent me here. I'm his friend. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Sniper Highland. Where is it? In your heart. And they're like, yeah. They start tweaking. Oh my god!
When the mask broke, fucking Luffy's like, Usopp, when did you get here? Hello?
You know.
Do you want to talk about Nero at all, by the way? Nero, when Franky Centaur was first activated, the greatest technique of all time. What Quality was talking about?
Listen,
Rob Lucci said
the most unimpressive
Frankie boxed
villain.
that dude up, boy.
Yo, why did Rob
Don
Lucci do
Krieg
him like
beating
that?
the shit out of Nero.
He said, "Who is this? Oh, he's a new candidate. He can use 4 to 6, so he's trash."
Nero got beat up, bro.
Why'd you let him on the squad?
He had some of the best ones. He had Skywalk. He had Shigan.
And he got beat up.
He had the paper art.
He got beat up by Franky Centaur.
He still was putting in work. When they was on the outside of the train, they was on top of that. He was flying around and shit. He was going in a little bit.
Ultimately got beat up.
I mean, you fight a centaur, a dude that's turned into a fucking.
And he still got clapped.
I'm saying he had all these. He had the secret. He had the secret powers.
That centaur move, for one, that centaur move is gonna throw you off because it looks so ridiculous that you're not even expecting him to punch you. It's just like, what is he doing? It's One Piece. Like, I don't know. That's just crazy. I'm glad he doesn't do that anymore. Honestly,
Don Krieg beating up Nero.
Now he just do nipple lights.
Nipple lights are clean.
Yeah, that's very useful. What if it's dark, man?
When Frankie showed
nipple lights do kind of bang. I ain't going front.
Y'all wild. Oh, y'all
That's kind of resourceful. You feel me?
What if it's dark, Virgo? What am I gonna do?
Imagine if it's dark and you got nipple lights and you good.
Exactly.
That's true.
You see, you're focusing too much about where the light's coming from. I just need the light source.
Well, I mean, they are specifically nipple lights.
It's all about illuminating the room. I got you.
There you go. Okay, so Frankie family and Luffy and whatnot, and the Galea, they make a pact. We gonna work together, take down these government niggas. How do we feel? How did we feel about how that came full circle? Did you at any point think these guys would end up being working together?
Did not think so, but I mean, you could see how
it makes sense.
I could see it. I could see it, but that's actually my favorite part in the whole War to 7. Of course, it's a Zoro moment, but him and Luffy, Aqua Lagana, the fucking even before that, Zoro cut the train out of my way.
By T-Bone.
Rashomon.
Yo, Rashomon is the cleanest Zoro move.
That shit was ultra clean.
One of the
I was looking like the niggas on the train, like, what?
Yes, in One Piece is always the reactions. It's not even just the enemy reactions. It's the Frankie family reactions. It's just like they just couldn't believe it.
They were like, "Yo, we were fucking with these niggas. Yo, we're lucky we're not."
It's really
like random raw shit always just happen.
Luffy. It's just I always love how when Luffy gives that order to a crew member and it's just like so much faith. It's like Zoro cut them. Like that's it. Like Zoro just stepped. He didn't say anything. He stepped right up and did it.
Hey, that shit was wrong.
Like that.
In the anime,
same energy with the sniper king moment.
That was cold. Sanji was like, hey, I'm gonna go wild. And he's like, go do your thing.
And the anime was so cold because Zoro gets like a red eye to like cut the train.
Yeah.
And it's just a slow motion.
And he just chilling on his knees with the sword he putting back in the sheath. Like,
the dudes in the train, even their eyes fucking popping out their heads like.
Zoro versus T-Bone was crazy.
He said,
on the what's it called? On the tracks, bro. He jumped off a moving train. Slice Man's jumped back on a moving train. Huh? What?
Bro, T-Bone got overhyped.
T-Bone got folded.
He got folded like an old wallet.
Like an omelet, nigga.
I laugh every time I see him in a panel in the New World.
A lawn chair.
T-Bone would be in the top 20 current day.
He was highly respected by his men too.
The what?
He was highly respected by.
They said Zoro don't fight swords anymore.
By the Cypher Pole members, they like when they heard T-Bone was there, they was like, okay, I think we good. Psych. Got his ass mollywops.
He got.
But I think
that's how real sword fights be. One slice.
Also putting in work too. Even on the ship, like I feel like.
Hey, shout out to Sodom and Gomorrah.
That was a nice pack, honestly, to make.
Yeah,
and it worked. I wasn't like surprised because at the end of the day, they had a common goal. They were going to save Frankie. They were going for Robin. So it's just like let's just work together. It's not like we actually hate each other.
And they actually wouldn't have made it without each other either.
Yes, that is true.
And in some way, they were all kind of violated by the world government. So they did kind of have a common enemy too.
That's
so
right.
I thought all that shit was dope.
All them niggas got bounties afterwards.
Also, Nami just changing in there was funny because Polly was tweaking. She's like shameless.
Polly was definitely tweaking.
Then she got
he was.
and this is when she gets the perfect clean attack. Don't forget about that. This is around the time
everybody else, damn.
Have you guys, everybody seen the anime for Water 7?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that shit was funny as hell when that letter got left by Sanji, and they was just like, the dude was like, "Oh my god, is Paulie trying to hook up with that redhead girl?" That shit had me rolling. He's like, "Oh my god, look at Paulie, he's turning her down."
I like Paulie's gag actually. He's one of the gags I didn't get sick of. I still actually don't get tired of Brooks' gag.
I get kind of tired of Brooks.
I don't get tired of Brooks for some reason. Sanji, for the most part, I don't get tired of his gag. I think his gag is actually in my top 5 funniest moments with Shirahoshi. I think that's one of the funniest things ever. But like, I like Paulie's gag, like the too much skin thing. I think that's hilarious. I mean, you can't do that now because you get canceled, but. Imagine telling the girl on Twitter.
I mean, Loki,
He had to slip it in there.
Telling the girl on Twitter she got too much skin. You're done. You're out of here, boy. That's your last
Brooke is such a Chad. He went straight up to Big Mom and said, "Let me see your panties." All right,
and he did. And he did too.
And then
he succeeded.
Let me see
and he succeeded.
That gag cannot be old because that is the chadliest thing anybody's ever said to a Yonko.
And he did what he said what he was going to do.
Brooke was barking at the Yonko, bro. That nigga was just like, "Oh, excuse me, young lady."
Yeah, Teddy,
He said, "Let me see your panties." Yerp, Zeus, appreciate you. Ooh,
Polly's ropes were cool. I like them actually. Okay.
Pete.
Anything else about Water 7? Anything you forgot?
The frog. Did y'all talk about the
Yokozuna? But not really. We can talk about Yokozuna. Not really though.
When he stood next to my homie Frankie when he took the train.
Was he not raw though?
He's like top four.
My man stood in front of the train every goddamn day looking for Tom. He said, "Hey."
Yo, he was looking for smoke every day with that train.
Every day.
With a train.
Motherfucking conductor up there like, God damn, nigga.
That train bodied him every time too.
You gotta have a strong ass conductor every time.
Yokozuna got cracked by the jailers. They were throwing the balls around.
I wouldn't even have the heart to run that guy over. Like, bro, move. It's a roadkill. I'm stopping the train.
Where he at? It's been years. He said, "Where my guy?"
He said, "Who gonna check me?" Though
niggas are evil. They're like,
nobody.
There's a frog in the way, and like, all right, you got it.
Keep it going.
I'm telling Peter, but y'all got it.
I'm pretty sure that frog is using hockey in the New World right now. He's hockeyed up.
These Yonko.
I'm pretty sure he's hockeyed up.
There was like a filler episode where they had those kung fu dugongs doing it.
Y'all ain't know that's Kawamatsu's cousin.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm kind of screaming for real.
That's
Yokozuna Kawamatsu.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Anything else? I feel like we've gone through everything. We got the iceberg, Tyrannosaurus, the Galea stuff, the Robin reveal, Frankie family, Usopp. We talked about the backstory with Tom. Frankie stuff, the ship, Mary.
I do want to say
Gary
that
Law pulled up on Luffy.
I was not fucking with Paulie's fighting with the string shit.
I like
that guy. That guy.
I like those
that shit was corny.
The tape dude. I don't like him either, and I don't like. That rope shit is ass. I'm sorry, it's ropes.
I mean,
that shit was raw.
It's nah, it's cool. I'm not with you.
It
It's
was
cool.
not raw. Like
it was not raw.
You just mad that when you was in the Boy Scouts you couldn't get your knot badge. It's okay.
How long of a rope does he have up the sleeves? Like, bro, the rope is. It's like this is so like. Come on, fam. He must have ropes like
Dofi uses.
It's coming out of a devil. It's a devil.
Dofi uses strings, and you're complaining about ropes. At least ropes have some fucking girth.
But the strings come out, but he can.
Where is he storing?
He makes those strings though. That's different.
Where is he storing these ropes?
Probably got the ropes round up his arms.
I ain't gonna lie.
Around his body.
I ain't gonna lie. Paulie would be a hell of a clansman.
It's the same place all video games characters store their shit in the video game pocket.
No, you gotta cancel him, bro. You gotta get him.
All right, crazy. Give me a ranking for Water 7. Start with you, Busy Bird. What's your ranking for Water 7?
R10, baby.
Yeah, I think I'm going with a 9.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest and give it a 10, bro. It was
okay,
a 10 for
I'm
me.
going in Discord order. I said Busy Bird.
Oh shit.
10,
I didn't hear you either. I apologize.
You're good. 10 for me.
Okay. Next is Griever.
9.
All right, then Gioni.
10 easily.
All right, now hold on. Now it's Jay.
9.5.
Who's next? Sorry, I'm writing.
You.
Oh.
You.
Oh, you talking about me? That's an iceberg out of 10. That's a 10.
One of the 10.
You're the Titanic.
Here we go.
10.
Quietly.
I'm stuck between 9.5 and 10. I think I'm just gonna say 10.
That's the right answer.
That's the right answer.
Pat?
Psych. That's the wrong number.
10 out of 10. Hallmark of fiction.
Cap.
And chat, y'all share too. Townsy?
49.
49.
Out of 100? Uh-oh.
Out of 10?
He said what he said.
Hey, limit break out.
Goddamn, Vincent.
Yak?
We got 9.8.
9.86215. It's kind of bad.
Round up for that nigga.
So you think it's a 10? Love to see it.
Okay. So Yak, you're gonna start us off for Enies Lobby.
Okay.
So You go wherever you want to go. We can start wherever you can start wherever you want. Where are we starting, brother?
How the fuck they get a sword to eat an elephant devil fruit, or how the fuck that
That was low key raw. I'm not even
I
gonna
respect
hold you.
it. I respect it. I respect it. He was ready. He was ready. I respect
that was raw,
it.
Actually, that was actually a raw.
I'm trying to figure out how did a sword eat a devil fruit? Though, can we still explain? Can somebody explain?
We don't know that yet. We have no
You
idea.
just-
It was hungry, nigga.
You just
It's a general idea from what I heard from an SBS that was sort of mistranslated. Was that the idea is that like if a devil fruit is in close proximity for a long time, sort of like that whole old-fashioned thing about how in Japanese mythology a lot of household items become yokai or ayakashi or whatever, is over a long period of time they're in said space. So if like you hold a devil fruit beside a sword for a really long time, it just sort of absorbs it, was sort of the general idea that was given. But
I think you stab it through the fruit.
So if you leave
That's
a
what I was
dildo
thinking.
that gum fruit, it's just gonna absorb that.
I thought number one, you would stab it through the fruit, and for the dog cannon, you know what I'm saying? One just fell down a cannon one day, a devil fruit, and it's like, oh shit, it's a dog now. It's a dog now.
I'd be fine with that, except for the fact, remember that shield that what's her name had on the cover page?
Nope.
There was a shield with a devil fruit that had this that was sticking its tongue out. So you could
That's
you
true.
have the shield. So how did the shield I mean, I suppose you could
It
stab the
fell.
devil fruit with a shield, but it'd be more blunt, you know.
It fell, splat, got all over it, and the soul went in it.
Yeah, and we don't
Really,
even know
I'm
what
not mad
happens.
at that,
What
'cause
happens
Sky
if
Peel's
you
my second
actually
favorite
burn a
art.
devil fruit? So, like, can you destroy a devil fruit without?
We've never once seen one like it just get slashed open and just chill.
I mean, we've seen it get cut and
Yeah,
served.
that is a pretty good.
Yeah,
but that elephant sword was raw. I'm sorry. Like somebody slash you with a
Funk
sword,
free.
it turns into a whole elephant hitting you. Is like crazy. You know,
Funk
you-
free.
it's so unexpected.
Yeah, Funk Free was cool. I like the.
Got more dubs than Jack.
Yo,
Townsy, that was
you should have
aggressive, but-
never given me that power. Oh my goodness, it's
it was
over.
really aggressive.
It's over. Jack is even more dead.
more ways than Jack does. Shit.
Last time this Townsy was this aggressive was
He not
probably
even-
in them solo leveling stands. We coming out.
Man,
I said, "Alright, we gonna leave that one there."
Solo leveling is over. in the middle.
We're not gonna speak on it.
But yeah, Funk Free is cool. I didn't mind Funk Free, but Spandam, man. If there was ever a character Oda wanted you to hate that he got me to really not like from Jump, it was that nigga. I do not.
Oh
like
yeah.
him. Did a good job making me dislike.
I was hoping. I was
hated
hoping
him,
when.
but, like, I appreciated how much of a piece of shit he was. If that makes any sense.
Of course,
When Robin snapped his goddamn spine, I was hoping that was it. I was hoping that was it. I was hoping, all right, he's gone. He's out of here. That shit is broke. It wasn't broke.
Bro, it's like cracking your back when you wake up in the morning, bro. That shit was satisfying.
Oh.
Yo, slowly your body
I
for a
didn't
few
really
seconds
hate
on that
him
one.
until Robin was like biting the stairs, and he was just like, "What?" No, matter of fact, when he back
Kicking her in the head,
No,
bro?
when he back.
He was calling her a bitch, bro.
When he backslapped her down the stairs. That's when I lost it. He literally hit her with the backhand. Boom, down the steps. Like yikes.
I was like, "How did
Bro,
we
remember
get
that
here?"
when he was stomping her, bro, and it was like, "Bitch, don't talk back to me." I was like, they say bitch
Why
in
was she biting the shits? I'm like, my nigga.
They saying bitch in one piece. What?
Also, just beating her head.
That's why. That's another reason. That's another reason why it was so satisfying. So satisfying when
Robin's
Luchi,
like-
when Luchi said, he said, "Why you ain't tell me that I was following him?" You because he ain't tell me to tell you. What? Oh yeah.
I was like,
That was
"Go
so
ahead, Robin.
satisfying.
You talk your shit."
It was like you
Talk
ain't.
shit to that
Luchi know. He's like, ah, you might not be shit. Luchi know I ain't shit, but you ain't shit. Luchi knew, bro. I swear that's what that was. Luchi knew. Why you ain't tell me that? You didn't tell me to.
Yeah, he's wrong.
What? Luchi wrong.
Luchi is funny as hell.
I mean, Spandam only had that power because he was a legacy. His father was pretty respected. Yeah, he was a legacy. So
It's crazy because his father was also a piece of shit.
Yeah, his father.
but I get the feeling his father was raw though. I get the feeling his father might have been raw back in the day, but like
his name was Spanda.
Speaking of his father, fuck what he did.
I'm gonna.
His name was Spandam.
I'm gonna spice this up a little bit. I am not a Rob Lucci fan at all. I don't think he's interesting at all. I don't think he's interesting in the slightest. I don't think he's a bad character. I think he works for the... Wait. He works for the arc. I don't think he's a bad character. I understand why he's the way he is. He has never been one of my favorite antagonists in One Piece. He's not in my top 5. He never was.
I would say... Because I think the aesthetic is why I think a lot of people like him because of the aesthetic. I mean, that hybrid form just looks.
Yeah, he runs his swag.
Yeah, first time he did that, I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
He folded his arm on Luffy.
We are in danger.
If we take away the throwing of hands, I might have to be. I gotta kind of think about that. But as of right now, I
can't do it quietly.
I might be inclined to agree with him about Rob Lucci not being that.
You can't take away the throwing of hands, G.
He's not that interested with it.
I mean, he got hands, but like niggas that just got hands is boring.
As far as a character, he isn't really that interesting. He's not that dynamic compared to other characters in the One Piece story. And at the end of the day, yeah, as Naya pointed out, he works for the arc, and he was great in the arc. But afterwards, like, people lost their shit when he came back in the Reverie chapters and stuff. And I was like, I don't really fucking care.
It's like, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was just getting ready to say that. I was waiting on that point. Like that introduction, unfortunately, I know we're only talking about this saga, but that made me dislike him quite a bit.
Dark Justice. Ooh, look at me. It's like, good
he thought
so edgy.
Oh, look, I got hit in the back with the symbol of the world government. Well, listen, I don't want anyone to misunderstand me by I'm thinking he's like a bad character or anything. I don't think so. Like I said, I think what he was for the arc completely works and serviceable, or more than serviceable. I just didn't find him interesting. Now, if you're talking about Kaku made me laugh. Pasta machine? He's funny as hell, bro. I love Kaku.
Giraffes are cool.
Giraffes are cool.
It was actually a powerful move. Like, stop sitting on Gaku, dog. He was out here putting work.
And that what was it? Wind slicer?
Tempest
King.
No, the sky slicer.
Sky slicer.
The shit that cut the tower.
Amanedachi. And also, I like Kumadori. He was killing me with his kabuki gimmick.
I like how he got wrecked by Chopper.
He is so funny.
Literally,
but when he was finna finish off Chopper, that shit was big lit. He had a whole speech. He was like, "Nigga, I'm finna pierce the fuck out you."
Tell him about Don Creek, the East Blue legend. He knows, man. He knows.
Kumadori and Fukuro are literally my favorite CP9 members. They're fucking hilarious.
Oh, that I'm lying to you, but I'm not gonna tell you shit. But then I'll tell you.
Yo, that shit's fucking funny as fuck.
That shit is funny. You'll never find out, but guess what? It's right over here.
You'll never find out that I have the number 4 key, idiot.
Oh my god! Finding out Franky during his fight gets just different based off what the fuck he has inside of him. When this nigga turned into a farmer, my nigga, I don't care. I love the fucking English dub for One Piece. When my nigga pulled out the Texan accent, I lost my mind. I lost my mind.
I never saw it. I never saw that scene in English. I'm gonna look it up after. I think that part for the most part was dragged out of the anime, but I remember he had teas. Like,
it was very dragged out, but like it's just like I loved it, but it's like the more every time I go back to it is I'm tears.
Papa was there giving him different drinks on purpose. He was like, "This guy's kind of interesting."
That nigga said super flavor. I could not breathe. I was screaming.
Nah, One Piece comedy just be hidden.
Yeah. I'm going to go off on a controversial opinion and say, honestly, just like with Rob Lucci, yeah, CP9 agents worked for the arc, but I don't really care that they've never really been back in the series. That has not
not at all.
I think they've all served.
I'm fine with them. I was fine with them being subjugated to
the cover story.
Cover story duty. Yeah, I was fine with that.
It's cool that
in the arc, some of them niggas were extremely funny. Like Jabra had me rolling.
Oh, Jabra was great, but like I don't miss him.
About being Nami's brother or Robin's brother was fucking hilarious.
He did cap. Wait, he capped so hard.
No.
Hold on.
Wait, Virgo. Did you believe him?
Capper, nigga.
No, Virgo, did you believe him? I remember watching this with my friend one time. He's like, "What?" I
didn't believe him for sure.
That's just. I'm looking at him like, did he really believe that?
I didn't believe him
fam. My
because of what he pulled on
I
Usopp.
remember
When he pulled on Usopp, I couldn't.
He was dead ass like, wait, that's just, but so that's why CP9. Oh, he thinking all these connections, and when Sanji just kick him in the roof and then walk right away.
Hey, when Usopp was trying to get the key when Jabra was sleeping and his heart stopped, I fucking died.
Hey, but that moment was raw too, because then when Jabra finally got his hands on Usopp, this nigga Sanji super booted this nigga.
Hunter, the way he held his cigarette from the upper angle around his head too,
as bougie as he could be. I was like, okay,
that's JoJo posing. I love it.
He was like, "Who are you?" The Hunter. That shit was big lit.
And you gotta
think about the moment too when Nami and Zoro yelling, "Usopp!"
And Sanji's like, "I got this, nigga."
Yeah, that was lit. Bro, look how they back in the day. Yo, but for real, look how they massacred my boy, dog. Look how they massacred my boy.
That right there.
Y'all remember Sanji?
Who's nicer?
Y'all remember Sanji?
Mr. Prince
Y'all remember Sanji?
Y'all remember Sanji?
I'm a Mr. Prince fan. I'm Mr. Prince a little bit more, but the Hunter's still raw. But Mr. Prince hit me a little harder for me. But yeah.
Wait,
Mr. Prince was good.
Chat, I wasn't the one that believed him. That was Naya. Why y'all calling me stupid?
Oh, that wasn't me. That was my friend.
I think they just calling you stupid, cuz for real.
I didn't even believe it.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick, and then just because it's significant to me, I'm gonna tell you a little bit of a story. Because you see this scene right here that you're seeing when Luffy now pose. This moment is iconic to me. Him going here second the first time against Blueno on that roof.
Chills.
Yes, sir.
So listen,
yes,
the way Luffy ran through all those Marines, Enies Lobby, for me was such a fucking treat because. Yes, none of them are strong, but I felt like he was even getting annoyed because there's just so many people here. Like it felt like a Marine stronghold. So they're making their plans. Like, where's Luffy? And Luffy had done already. Gum rocket over the gate, and he was on his way to Robin. He was already gone. I was like, yo, I love this nigga. We don't have time to waste. You gotta save Robin. Remember, I feel bad. I feel guilty. That's something we gotta do this. So his fight with Blueno, I'm like, okay, he's holding himself really well. Then he goes, it's not enough. I can't do this. I'm like, what do you mean can't do this? What's he talking about? He's talking about all my techniques about to go up a step. I seen the trick y'all was talking about, how you kick off the floor real quick. His legs get rubbery. His skin go pink. Start steaming. He said, "Gia secondo." I said, I done stood up. I done threw my chair back. I'm like, nigga, what are you doing? Why you look like that? What about to happen? He put his hand up like he about to target him. He's like, all right, aim well. He said jet pistol, and
that shit was so
jet pistol. Oh my god!
When that nigga used Saru, I said, "Oh, what? My man moving at light speed now? Okay."
Flash
that.
For me personally, I know Super Saiyan was a GOAT moment that we can't get back like that, bro. But to me, that was like Goku.
He had Blueno breathing so
way
hard.
Better.
Blueno was about to have an asthma.
Blueno needed to go hide.
He slumped that nigga.
Blueno said, "Wait,
I
gotta pause the game and think about the strategy I'm about to use for a second." He paused the game
and contemplated life.
He said, okay. What if I spin his head around with the revolving door, and then he throw a door? Luffy like, nope, too slow, nigga.
Dog, bro. He was sweating so hard. He was so exasperated. It was like when a nigga break in your house, you're like, who's home? Who's here? And that nigga was so shook, bro. And
I love when he grabbed him by the horns with his hair and came with the head.
I don't think we ever saw an ass whooping like that in One Piece. Like a solo ass whooping. We ain't never seen a...
Not anyone that could probably take it anyway.
He pulled him by the horns and just fucking torpedoed
stamped his ass, bro.
That shit was nasty.
Yep.
It was like the Dragon Ball Z games where you just hitting somebody with the flurry on the gun.
Backbreakers, nigga. I was like, whoa.
Bro, and the thing is, bro, I can't even imagine if Blueno had stood up for 5 more seconds and this nigga Luffy used gear third. I can't even imagine what would have happened to this nigga's body.
He said, Tekkai.
He was like, oh, you're still standing. Fine, I guess I'll use this. Blueno was like, oh, hell no.
Blueno said, take care.
Pass the fuck out.
He said, "Are you forgetting Bellamy?" That was a one punch, not an ass whooping.
That was one punch. He didn't
That was a one punch KO. That was an OKO, not an ass whooping.
The Luffy versus
And I do
Blueno
have to
fight
say-
me. Wait, hold on. The Luffy versus Blueno fight means so much to me because it's the only time he's ever faced someone that has had a single blow on him. He dominated Blueno to this day, and has never had such a dominant performance for anyone of note. I don't think I agree with that. But if you're saying this is the most dominant he's been against somebody, that's fine. I mean, I'll put Bellamy in there.
Well, who is he more dominant against, really?
Well, I always argue that everybody that he fought in East Blue, to me, it was with the exception of Smoker, it was clear that Luffy was stronger. There was just some stipulation he had to overcome. So with Buggy, it was his ability. With Kuro was that little out of the bag attack. With Don Krieg, it was his weaponry and all of his thing. With Arlong, it was just his fishman like physiology and whatnot.
Power.
But Luffy, I would argue, was stronger than all of them from the jump, or from the moment they started their fight. I never thought he was weaker than them, but Smoker was the exception, probably. That's just me, though. I don't know if anyone else agrees with that. That's just,
if it comes to
I would argue that Arlong was as strong as Luffy. It's just,
no, I don't, because I think he proved that too when he tried to like put the Samesada to him, and Luffy was just holding him with his finger strength. Like,
yeah,
Luffy was
and then
way
he
stronger.
broke it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I want to say, if we're talking about like straight beatdowns, a combination of attacks, I don't know if this counts because Sanji was getting beat up before that underwater, but when Sanji got up on Karubi and just hit this nigga with the fucking X square triangle.
Oh, beat the dog shit out of that nigga, bro. Sanji,
this nigga didn't even get to say his attacks.
He said...
When they made that shit clean as hell in the story.
Oh, an episode of East Blue?
Yes.
Sanji whooped that nigga's ass in East Blue.
Sanji was running at East Blue.
I was hating that they made it look so clean. I was like,
he said
He said he was
whoop the dog shit out the right hand.
You know what's crazy though? They changed his Collier shot. They changed it from that single strike in the original anime, and they made like a rapid fire kick. And that nigga flew. I said, "Oh, he's gone."
That was the Mouton shot, Jay. They fucking changed that shit. I swear to God, I rewinded that shit like 5 times.
Yeah, the Mouton shot. There it is.
It's so rewatchable.
Yeah,
But the thing is, like,
great combos.
Before we hop back
go ahead.
Before we hop back into like the fights and everything, we just gotta talk about the iconic moment where they're on top of the rooftop, all looking up towards CP9 when they pull up too with Spandam and Robin is there. And we know what scene happens in this moment. It starts off with he said, "So go ahead. I mean, if you want to try, no, hold on. Let me take this part. When he said, "Hey, make that flag burst into flames," pulled out the Kabuto.
I was holding back saying it, but
Go
like
ahead.
that's that same energy of when Luffy said told Zoro to hey cut that ship.
Yeah.
That's the same. I was holding back saying it, but it was like that's the same energy. He said, "Hey, snipe that real quick," and he said, "Bet." I was thinking he was gonna say some shit. I bet.
You said Roger.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, I liked that about Sniper King at the time. He did not fight him.
Immediate response. I was thinking it's like, oh, this is Usopp, bro. He ain't gonna gone.
It's such a
that mug blew up. They knew exactly what it means.
They literally declared war against the world by doing it, which is like I'll do anything.
And he gave not one solitary fuck at that exact moment.
Spandam said, "You can't think to take on the whole world government." He said, "Watch me."
It's like wait a minute. You just saw me shoot this flag.
And even before that moment, like Naya was saying, when they were all standing there, that was very old school, like Western classic, like spaghetti Western shit, some Clint Eastwood level shit. You get the 5-6 gunslingers all standing at the top of the hill, being like, "Charge at us, bitch!" You know, like we're ready. You know, we are gunslingers. We are badasses. You know,
Can I ask
they
a
had
question?
zero fear.
I want to live moment is English dub better.
Yeah, I want to live moment is just great then because it's like Robin. I still haven't heard you say it.
English dub moment is better.
Panel,
I still haven't heard you say it.
On the panel of them on the rooftop, is there a more like saucier scene of them all together? Period. After that.
Not really, no.
It's my favorite.
They got the best squad ups in manga.
It just kind of sucks because Franky and Brooke and stuff aren't really there because it's just those 7. But yeah, that part is awesome. Like I love that rooftop scene, man. Especially how Usopp enters because remember the giant throws him. yeah. And then Sanji's like, obviously, I'm the first one here. And he sees that fucking thing was already there. Oh, it was so great. It was so great.
And then also
Zoro tore a hole through the roof.
Yeah,
they
Zoro
got
was
there.
fighting the three-headed dude with the judge.
My nigga Sanji came through, hit 3 somersaults, hit a dab on him.
That shit was funny.
That was
This
funny. I'm
nigga
not gonna
came
lie.
down so like a feather, bro.
Yeah.
But what we not gonna do, since it did, we gonna skip the my favorite flashback in the whole goddamn show. Because it happened like right around here as well. The Robin
So
flashback.
good. So
clean.
goddamn good, man.
Hey,
Bro,
Robin,
it really
can fuck me up every time.
Bro, because like niggas was tearing up, bro.
It can fuck me up every time. Just destroy my whole spirit.
You know what makes the scene more powerful was in the train when Franky tells Robin existing is not a crime.
Yeah, ooh, great callback.
Yeah, they were building to this.
Existing is not a crime.
I mean, let's talk about her backstory real quick with
Please.
Jaguar D.
I need if I'm a lose if I hear grown Robin do that, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind.
That is one of the best things about One Piece, bro. All these unique ass laughs. You will not find this shit nowhere else. I swear to God.
If Robin doesn't an Elbaf, it's
that
over.
laugh.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
I had this dream that fucking like Aokiji's gonna save her like some shit in the final war, and then like she's gonna do the laugh. But that's just
Just before we get onto the flashback, I just want to shout out arguably one of the most iconic One Piece openings, Brand New World.
Brand New World.
That's like, bro,
and they only use it for 17 episodes.
That's what I'm saying.
sword
And I
is-
never
That was a
You didn't
crime.
skip it. You did
it's
not
like-
skip that.
And there's a scene. I like my favorite scene is like when you see Sanji fighting Khalifa, where they're actually like clashing with kick to kick. I was like, okay, this shit is like, this opening was really different. And then at the end, I think it ends with like Luffy looking up, Luffy with his arms folded, looking up at the world government flag. I was like, man, everything about this opening is
super lit,
different, bro.
They did not have to bring back We Are with that Straw Hats version. They could have just left Brand New World. They should have just left Brand New World.
That shit was dope.
Wasn't it Crazy
Franky
Rainbow
beat
Star
the
before
dog
that?
shit out of Fukuro.
It was Crazy Rainbow Star before that, right? Because I think the second We Are is the 8th opening.
No, it was Brand New World, and then Crazy Rainbow Star is after We Are, the second version.
I thought it was before.
Twinkle, twinkle, rainbow star.
Crazy, crazy rainbow star.
My girl had downloaded that song on Spotify.
Darling, darling.
Hems, is that my favorite opening? Yeah, Brand New World's my favorite opening. Probably Share the World after that one. No.
Share the World is a banger.
Yeah, then We Are. Then the original We Are, probably third. Bon Voyage fourth.
I kind of like the remix though. The remix We Are was kind of a banger too. I'm not gonna front.
Of what, We Are?
Yeah, the I think it's like the 10th one. It's a with Thriller Bark.
It's the one with Thriller Bark. Yeah, I don't dislike it. But you know what I'm thinking of? You know what I was thinking of? Actually, no, I don't like Jungle P like that. But I like Life is
Jungle P,
Adventurous. You're gonna be dangerous.
Okay.
Who's gonna be one of us?
Obviously,
and if you go down, go ahead.
Obviously, you're all wrong. The best One Piece opening is Fight Together. Thank you.
I'm not mad
that's like fourth or fifth.
I'm not mad at that.
I mean, you could put it. Yeah, it's not. Ain't no top one though. There's too many good ones to be top one.
The one from Enies Lobby, I forget what it's called. That's my favorite.
Brand New World.
Yeah, Teddy.
Not Enies Lobby. Water 7. My dumb.
Them shits are literally on my phone. They've never not been on my phone. Every One Piece opening and ending on my phone.
Yeah, that one's good.
I have hella ending these on my phone too, but let's hop into the backstory with Ergo D. Saw, Robin.
Thank you.
Olivia.
Thank you.
Spandine and my Ohara niggas.
The girl say
rest in peace.
Clover.
The savage Akainu deciding that we're not gonna leave no survivor.
Akainu wild, bro.
My go Ovia.
That nigga be wildin'.
My go Ovia.
It was at that point.
He said, "What if one of them have COVID?" Nah.
That was long. That was Amber Led. You tripping?
That's when I started not being able to fuck with Akainu because I felt like he took it. No, it's like I didn't fuck with him, but now I really fuck with him because like he's gonna take it there. He's really gonna go all the way. It's like I respect the antagonist that can really like. I'm getting this done thoroughly. Like his logic made sense. It's like we came here to make sure that this shit gets never found out, and it's like it is a chance one of them could have escaped on that boat. We don't got the time to vet everybody out. Let's just blow it up. That's like, I mean, is he wrong? I don't know.
Yes, he wrong. He wrong.
He's super wrong. Come on,
the answer.
Man, nigga wrong as fuck.
What's the point of blowing up the island if somebody escapes? Like, there's no point. We already
the act of blowing up the island is the wrong part. The act of blowing up the island is the wrong part.
Okay,
but
some of the people they didn't have to be in the library.
He was under orders to do that, but I liked how even Robin as a kid didn't she kind of teach herself how to read the ancient texts? Like she just kind of peeped in as they were watching.
Yeah. Robin was even an outcast amongst them.
Yeah.
She basically spent her whole life from the outside looking in.
But that's because of her mama.
I mean, I'm not saying
because her mother was basically a kind of a criminal in the world's eyes, and it didn't want her to be associated with that.
And also, people like kind of got freaked out of Robin's devil fruit.
Yeah,
that's
calling her a freak.
Which opening is Hope?
She ain't have no. All she had was her books.
Okay, let's hope.
Hope. Oh, that has risen. That has risen. I think that's like my second favorite right now.
Ohara was destroyed. It got exponentially worse.
Now here's
all right. So,
it's just a completely random thought. Them books are still in the ocean, right?
Not the ones that got.
No, if I'm desperate enough and I go to Ohara where the island used to be, and I just, I get on my scavenging gimmick and I go straight down. Can I find them books?
No.
They should. They technically.
Like if you had a fisherman crew, you might be able to go down and find a few. But the problem is that they were written on paper, and last time I checked, salt water and paper don't really mesh well.
Paper and maybe ink.
You don't know about that Ohara paper. I'm joking.
Yeah, that's super Ohara paper.
Yak, you've been quiet for a minute, brother. I need you to chime in.
Super flavor.
You here?
I'm here.
Dude.
Hey,
I distracted for a second.
I need some thoughts on this flashback.
It's so interesting in so many ways because it really gives this insight into Robin that gives all this weight to when she says, "I want to live." Mm-hmm. And that with the burning of the flag is really the two moments of the entirety of Enies Lobby that stand out for me. Because her flashback specifically has so much... Damn, that buzzing's a little distracting there.
Is it mine? That can't be me. Hold on.
I know you're already buzzing right now. I heard it.
I heard
earlier.
I was muted, so it wasn't me for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's the world government.
Can't trust them.
But no, it's just there's just so much emotional weight to her flashback, and I know there's a handful of other flashbacks that either rival it or maybe surpass it a little bit, but when you put it in the perspective of she wasn't really a true member of the crew until all this transpired, and she finally gave herself completely to being a straw hat.
Yeah.
All this shit, it just hits so hard when it happens, It's personally, it's my favorite flashback aside from Nami's flashback.
Interesting.
That's why I was adamant about bringing it up, because it's not only is that the first time she gives herself to the crew, that's the first time she gives herself to the anywhere in life.
Yeah.
Because she, aside from being with her mom, I guess the first year or some change, is that's been it. She is nobody until that very moment. So it's I remember the first time going through when she saw Ovia, she was like, "Hold on, saw that big ass note? Are you my?" When she hit you with "Are you my mom?" My soul erupted, and she didn't say nothing the first time. I was like, "You say something to your goddamn daughter right now." I was like, "Nah." I was heated.
I was conflicted, man.
She sat over there and held that hand. She said, don't. She know about the thing. Robin damn near said, "You goddamn right, I know." Robin said, "You damn right, I know. I want to learn with all y'all in underworld government."
Real quick, stay on that real quick.
I want to touch on that. I want to touch on that too because like there's like a common theme.
Don't lose the thought. Just real quick. Joel, Saul being a D, I don't think that was random. I think that was setting up Robin's initial interest of why the D's are the way they are, which is why when she meets Luffy, she's like, why are they like this? Go ahead, Pat.
I just wanted to touch on like how Robin and her mother interacted in the flashback is like a recurring theme of how the world government affects mothers in the series. So like earlier, you know, when you had Nami's flashback, like Nami's mom, even though Belmera's not biologically related to Nami and Nojiko, but she chose to acknowledge that Nami and Nojiko are her daughters in front of Arlong, who was bribing off the Commodore and stuff like that. And she chose death instead of denying the fact that she was their mother. And then you have in Olivia's case, she chose to deny that she was Robin's mother so that she could protect her from the world government. And either way, they both ended up dying. So it's like, you know, it's kind of tragic how in One Piece, even though you might have these different situations, no matter how you approach it, like the end result is still you could possibly end up dying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So let me just read this question real quick. So when One Piece ends, if Shueisha or whatever releases volumes of detailed accounts of everything that happened during the Void Century, are y'all copping? Now, this for me. Yeah, probably, but like, if they don't tell me what happens in the Void Century in the story, I will be very upset.
Yeah, same.
I don't think that's something that you flesh out in some ancillary book outside source. That's not a part of the narrative.
Yeah,
to this day, I'm still mad at a lot of those Viva cards for shit that they revealed.
I think that needs to be a full volume.
Goku being a
Void Century has to be a whole volume.
It has to. I honestly, it should be a long flashback, at least like 10 chapters or something.
At least 10 chapters.
It's one thing if it fills in blanks or clarifies things, but if it literally tells me the Void Century. Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
But that's not gonna happen.
Mr. Ben say, "What's up, Matt?"
What's been happening though? Because I mean, I know Dritz has been harping on this to an extent. How Oda's been leaving things ambiguous in the manga only for the anime to come back and flesh it out. I mean, I feel like it would be unacceptable for Oda to just do this shit outside of the manga. Like it's like, what are we doing here? Like, we love this story, and if you're not going to tell the story within the constraints of the actual manga, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest.
I feel like little tidbits like that are unfair to the reader.
That's one of the biggest pulls for One Piece, the Void Century. Some people don't even read it for the fights. They don't even care about the adventure. Some people just literally want to find out what happened in the Void Century. That's too big of a pull, I think, to not have it be a main focus in the main way the story is told, which is through the manga. That's like one of the biggest pulls. Like that's probably the thing I'm the most interested in. Is what happened during the Void Century.
You're also forgetting that this is also Robin's goal. We're forgetting that also that like out of the Straw Hat crew, like you want to be king of the pirates, find the all blue, greatest. Like some of these things are accomplishable stuff. Like they're not as odd as like Usopp's, which is sort of like you can sort of when does that really happen? There's no like set prize. There's no chest saying, hey, open treasure.
Yeah.
But for Robin, finding out the answer, which Rayleigh said, I can give you, and then Luffy got all mad, that is her goal. That's her character arc ending. So I really, really doubt that there will be anything. And once again, we already brought this up before, is that Robin has been collecting knowledge, and as she said to Law a couple chapters ago, Luffy doesn't really care about the D and stuff, but I do. So that's why we haven't gotten an exposition dump from Robin yet. She probably has a lot more information than we, the reader and the fan base, knows currently, but it'll all be revealed just like on Zoe when it was a big let's exposition dump like crazy about the poneglyphs and all this stuff. We'll probably get another one on in the last arc.
We'll get it. I think we'll get it when we need it. Actually, I agree with what you're saying. When it's required and we need to know about some of this stuff, that's when Robin comes out and is like, yeah, well, I know this, that, and the third. I could definitely see that happening for sure.
Yeah.
Like a lot of that's
it was already teased in the Odin flashback. I wouldn't worry about that not being revealed to the main story.
Yeah, I don't think he's not gonna not show that in the series. Okay, but real quick, I mean, do you guys often? I brought this up, and I don't remember what chapter it was. But was it the one where Law was reading the Poneglyph and Wano? This is just a quick side note, side tangent. It's not really like I'm not saying this is whatever. But do you feel that sometimes that like Robin would have been way better served being on Law's crew? Sometimes when I think about if Law and Robin were on the same crew, I feel like they would have got so much done together.
I think that would work now because that Law is so interested in what the D's are also. Okay. He also wants to know. So with him wanting to know and Robin really wanting to know and that being her thing, they both being like the smarter-ish kind of, characters, more cunning, and they're both being like, very, what's the fucking word?
Cerebral.
Kind of depressed with it also. You know how Robin was always like, oh, this person's going to die. I feel like Law's in that same kind of vein kind of thing. I think that they would have worked together well. I think it would work. It would have worked, but no.
And we're pretending that they're not going to continue to work together. They've been working together since Punk Hazard off and on. We're pretending like they're not going to continue to work together after one.
Man, I need Law to go his own way. Like I get that he's like some type of honorary straw hat or some bullshit like that, but honestly,
some bullshit.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
That's exactly what he is.
No, like at some point, like I love Luffy, but he needs more genuine obstacles in his path. Like it seems like too many times Luffy just kind of like shit just happens to him. He's just really lucky or shit like that. Like I want it to be a little bit more difficult for Luffy to get to his goal. That's all.
Well, I personally think that Luffy is like
he's fighting two Yonko right now. It's pretty difficult.
I think Luffy is the second coming of Zebek, but in a positive light, where Zebek kind of got all the most powerful pirates under him through fear. Luffy's gonna do it through just camaraderie and people with his whole power bringing people together. Luffy will be Zebek, but it'll be in a way where all these pirates are allied under or with Luffy because they want to. So that's how I think that like towards the end is going to play out. I just unfortunately see it going like that, where a lot of his rivals are going to end up joining his side.
Hello, gentle.
Hello, Matt.
Hey.
Blackbeard and Kid, I don't really see.
Yeah.
Well, Kid's not going to touch. Remember when Jinbei got introduced?
I'm kind of losing Kid. Kid seems like he end up might be on our side too. At first, I didn't think so, but Luffy saved his life like twice already. It's like
and Kid
returned the favor by not killing him. That he's done with alliances, though. He said he's not joining up with nobody ever.
But I really can't see him actually killing Luffy, knowing that he saved him, saved Killer. It's like, and then at the end, I see Chopper doing something with the smile. And if he can also, Chopper plays a role in also curing Killer, it's like
Killer like he cured.
Nah, he's definitely not.
Kid's not gonna be an ally to Luffy for the simple fact that he wants to be the pirate king.
He's not gonna be.
He wants to be the pirate king. He's not allying with Luffy.
He's gonna be a rival. He's not gonna hate him, but I don't think he would lose sleep over killing Luffy. It's gonna be like a Roger and Whitebeard thing.
I don't think he would kill Luffy at all. I don't think he would kill Luffy.
I mean, we know he's not going to, but
yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Even this is a story where people would be killed. Where like One Piece had a lot more death and stuff. But I don't think Kid would kill Luffy. I just don't like the way it's going now. I don't think he would do it.
I don't think he'd attempt it, considering looking at the chapter when Jinbei showed up and said, "Yeah, I'm part of the Straw Hats now," and Kid and Law were like, "Oh." Fuck! Seriously?
Them niggas worse.
We can't take these fuckers on now. They
got a
warlord.
They still pulling up on Kaido right now.
These niggas got Jinbei, boy.
Yeah, but see, Jinbei. See, that's the thing. The warlord. That's why I always hated the power scaling in the community, because everyone's like, warlord is this, admiral is this, Yonko is this, and that is just using that sucks so bad, because Jinbei is definitely a top tier fighter in the verse, so it's just kind of like, all right, look, like Jinbei joining the crew was a huge boost to the Straw Hats to sort of make them the powerhouse of the supernovas.
Well,
what's that?
I don't.
Warlords are also different.
Yeah.
All right. Was there anything about the Robin backstory you want to go into? I don't know if you know exactly what's going on, Matt. Do you want me to explain it?
Y'all kind of doing like an arc review, right?
Yeah, we're going through every arc in the Water 7 saga. We're kind of just giving it a score. We're talking about it. So right now we're talking about Enies Lobby. So right now we're just talking about the Robin backstory. So if you want to chime in on that or give your thoughts on it, go ahead.
I mean, I think it did wonders for the world building, for the story. Robin's backstory is probably my favorite out of all the Straw Hats.
Mm-hmm.
I like how we got to see Aokiji and Akainu. Back then, whenever they were just vice admirals, we didn't really get to see Akainu like that. But to see that he still had the the absolute justice thing going, that was I like that, especially hindsight after Marineford.
Yep.
And then I know I heard someone, or I think I heard someone say something about like Saul was like just thrown in there. Yeah, it was like a random D. But y'all cleared that up. I actually like Saul's addition to the Robin's flashback. I feel like it was like the catalyst to Robin's dream. Essentially. Along with like her people dying on Ohara. But yeah, man, I mean I don't got too much to add. Y'all already covered most of that.
On that note with Saul, I wonder if because he was Olivia's detainer. I wonder if she must have told him something about the Void Century that made him switch sides like that.
Well, I mean, it was showing that Saul was talking to her frequently, and that's inevitably what led him to free her. I don't know if he told her something about the Void Century, or if she told him something about the Void Century. I just think that she gave him a different perspective that led him to question, okay, whose side am I really on?
Or like, is being a Marine really the right thing?
Yeah.
This is how they operate, type beat. That's kind of how I would say. But it'd be interesting if she did actually disclose something. I mean, it doesn't matter now. He's out the pain, but it would be interesting.
By the way, that statue they had of like, I guess, planet Earth, or their planet with a whole bunch of moons? I guess, moons around there. If we get revealed that there are multiple moons, we're gonna always go back to that flashback. It's like, hey, this was her first tease of it, basically.
Hey, yo, hashtag I need a moon arc.
Along with, of course, the
bring back Kami and Naruto
story. Yeah,
I would love a moon arc, but I just don't feel like we could get one now.
We're not
going to
get it, I don't think. But
why not?
I don't know. I just don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think so. I don't have a real reason.
Bro, we had an arc where they were in the sky.
I don't think there's enough time. Me personally.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Oda's ending the series soon. So, I mean, I don't think we have time to get there.
So he says, but, it all comes up to him at the end of the day.
I mean, he's been pretty accurate as far as, like, the timeline that he's been...
No, he hasn't. When he first started One Piece, he said he was going to be done in 10 years.
Yeah, and you know how long ago that was? That was, like, 20 years ago, bro. Like... Ever since the only time that I've really seen him say, okay, I want to end the story in 5 years, that was during the Alabasta arc. Say he want to end the story in 5 years. Okay, but after that, when he comes out and he gives a percentage of the story, or he says he wants to get to this, it's pretty accurate. And he's upped the percentages as the years gone by. So I think that became a meme in the community. It's like the whole 5 years thing. That really became a meme in the community, and people just ran with it. And it's not like every time he gives an update, he doesn't say 5 years.
It's just one of those things where, like, I don't know. His credibility on that is gone. So it ends when it ends for me. I don't put.
Yeah, for me, like, I know people in One Piece community like to worry, like, oh my god, it's about to end. Until Shueisha says One Piece is entering its final arc, I'm not even gonna think about it.
Well, I mean, for the first time this year, Shueisha has entertained the idea of One Piece ending. So that's like,
okay,
that's
but
what I'm saying.
They entertained the idea, but until it says final arc, I'm asleep.
They gotta prepare for that because that's gonna leave a vacuum, a power vacuum when that shit.
Yeah, you gotta like you gotta ease people into that. You can't just just come out like a Bleach or something and be like, oh, One Piece is ending in 5 chapters.
Oh Jesus, that'd be awful.
Yeah, like it's gonna be something like, I mean, what did they say? They said now's the time where you should probably reread the story because One Piece is ending soon. Now, soon to them is like soon, or is different to other people, but I don't think One Piece has more than like I think One Piece is going to end in this decade. I'll just say that.
Oh,
I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that's soon, especially when you consider how long One Piece is gone.
I mean, if we're thinking
but
in terms of
that
One
would
Piece,
be almost
that is
30
soon,
years.
But exactly, that's
You're
what I'm
asking me
getting
to
at.
live from like 10 more years. Oh my god.
Where I'm gonna be close to my 40s. Oh man.
Well, there's no as you guys just brought up. There's no like the vacuum, the hole that would be left right now in the manga community if One Piece ended. They still haven't found a proper replacement for the big three here in the West, like the Bleach, Naruto, One Piece. One Piece is
that's
the last
never gonna
one.
come again.
No, it's
yes, they did.
They got Yaiba.
But
yeah, Yaiba, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia. There we go.
They got Yaiba.
That's not a big 3 though.
Yaiba's a big one.
Exactly.
Yaiba is a big one.
Yaiba is an outlier, right? Like, Yaiba, that'll probably never be replicated ever again. That's an anomaly. But having 3 episodes or having three manga chapters and 3 anime episodes airing at the same time, that's probably never gonna happen again.
Yeah,
I mean
that have such a major fan base. Like nothing's gonna replace One Piece. Like My Hero Academia, Black Clover, Doctor Stone, these bigger mangas. Yeah, I don't mind them and I read them, but they certainly, and I'm not a big Naruto fan, but I know that the hype for My Hero Academia hasn't replaced Naruto. I know that Black Clover hasn't replaced Bleach, and what the fuck is supposed to replace One Piece? Like
a big part of it as well is because these anime are seasonal, and One Piece, Bleach, and Naruto came up in an era where seasonal animes really weren't a thing.
No, they were a thing, but a lot of these long-running shonens, they will just do, you go until you're done.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like now they realize that that's not the tech. That's not what they what they want to be doing.
Plus, I mean, anime is just more mainstream now. I mean, 2 days ago I saw Bleacher Report, like multiple times in a day, just doing anime references. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's true. Because I used to call certain shows.
All they do is anime
references. They break it through the anime.
That shit is funny.
But all right, let's get back to Enies Lobby. So I feel like this flashback literally perfect, like Yak said earlier, perfectly sets up the moment where Robin basically starts to. I like this moment a lot because I feel like all of this was us slowly but surely getting Robin to really be like, yo, you have to value your own life. You know how this saying, no matter how bad you want to help somebody, they have to kind of take the biggest step themselves. Like they're there for you, but you gotta want to be saved. Like say it, voice it, mean it, feel it. And so when she said that, to this day, there hasn't been a time where I hear it where I don't have to like fight back tears, where I don't get goosebumps, my hair starts standing up on end every time I hear it. Like I want to live. It's crazy. It's literally to this day still like the most powerful scene of One Piece to me.
It's such a personal thing because I think I don't want to speak for everyone here, but like at some point, all of us I think are kind of like, fuck it, am I really worth any of this shit? Like or just on a bad day, shit like that. And like when it's not to that degree of like, God, is this shit even worth living? Not like that. But like some days are just really shitty. It's like, is this day even fucking worth it? And like,
there's some bad days out there.
Yeah, and then when you go through Robin's flashback, and then she finally, and then we think about Franky and Usopp and all of them, what they told her.
Yeah. And
then when she finally says, and in her heart believes, yeah, I want to fucking live now. It just hits.
Because she was basically doing the whole no expectations, no disappointments. If you don't, if you don't expect to live, you're not disappointed when you don't. So that's why she was trying to make kind of like hard body like that. So like, I don't know. I think on every cylinder that part hit and clicked, and it gave me that extra. Yeah, go ahead.
That was the best part because Robin attempted that. That was exactly her mindset through her backstory, and we saw that even through this iron wall exterior, don't get close. You can't get hurt if you don't get close. Luffy and the gang still got through it. Like their personalities, their friendship, their way of being got to her in that very short span of time that they spent together and went through basically only, I mean, it's a matter of really weeks, months at the most, not even. And that was enough for after building up this wall for years through her childhood. And it really hit even harder when Luffy just kept yelling at her and said, no, tell me what you want, you know?
What really started the star that kind of broke the camel's back, that started to make her think like, oh shit, when she saw that flag burn, it was over.
Yeah.
Like we choose you over the world.
She knew what that was about. She was like, oh, they really about this. They really love me. It's over. It's fine.
Yo, I got a dip, bro.
All right, man.
Appreciate you inviting me and having me on, Coach.
No problem.
My rating nowhere. I gotta go, cuz. I gotta go to sleep. But my rating for Enies Lobby, 10.
Yes, sir.
10 out of 10.
Yes, sir.
Without a doubt.
And the whole saga?
Yeah, because I put Water 7 9.5, Enies Lobby 10 out of 10. I just prefer Enies Lobby more. That's really it. So
yeah,
it was always
Jay, before you go, I just want to let you know, man, I'm proud of you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Don't forget that long land part of this saga.
That's the goal. That's the best part.
I'm really proud of you, man. You took a big step, bro.
I did. I know I did. I'm gonna miss it though. I'm gonna be upset. Somebody gonna entice me quietly, most likely, but I'm gonna do my best.
Yo, I was unbiased. This stream.
You can like both, bro. What the fuck?
Listen, bro, it's not about.
No, you can't. We don't respect you if you like both.
It's not about
pick
liking
a side.
both.
I'm joking.
It's not about liking both. It's about the behavior of one side. That's all it's ever been about. Niggas just keep miscuing. That's all it's ever been about. But niggas, y'all are just so blind. You just don't understand what I'm actually doing here. But it's okay.
It's all right, bro. I'm gonna take on half the cape for you. I got you.
Is that what's going on, dude?
All I know is that when I'm gone, Sanji stands gonna suffer because I'm not gonna be there to protect her. So
it's funny because in that one chapter when I was reading it, I'm like, you know what? I'm just let Jay handle that. I didn't even comment. I just said Jay got it, and I just kept reading.
And I'm not gonna handle it no more. So just watch what it's gonna be.
He gave up the shield like Cap. I feel it, bro. I feel it.
I'm just tired, bro.
I give up the shield. I said, yo.
But
tired of being on the losing side. I can understand that.
I'll catch W's over here. Yeah. But yeah. All right, y'all. I'm going to bed. Good night.
All right.
No, don't ever tell me good night. Just leave.
Virgo, you're up.
Jesus.
Virgo, you're up.
What's up?
What do you mean you're up? What's our next talking point for Enies Lobby?
Oh shoot! I mean, do you want to talk about some hands?
Let's go ahead. Let's do it.
We can talk about how Franky and Fukuro was throwing hands.
Literally. How you I forget who said it was their favorite part that two people was Jay said his favorite part was Sanji fighting. My favorite part of the opening was Fukuro, Franky mixing, bro. They were just mixing.
It was literally
throwing. You punch like you have a little itty bitty punch. Like, that's not a punch, man. This is just
when he brings out the iron hand. Oh man.
Takes the glove
off.
The glove, the skin off.
He was like, "Well, I wasn't ready for that." You know the fight going stupid when they just stop blocking. They're just like, "Fuck that shit. I'm just gonna keep hitting them."
Hey, punch through iron body though. Punch through iron body though.
It started to make me think: is every major Franky fight gonna be like that?
Every Franky fight raw.
And then he pulls out his nipple lights, and then you're like, "Oh, okay, never mind."
Yes, sir. What do you mean? That's a good tactic. You gotta blind them.
Yes, sir. Ding ding.
Yes, sir.
My eyes.
My goodness gracious.
Yeah, so that fight was cool. I liked it a lot. I mean, my favorite part is still the chopper putting just throwing in the anime, just throwing a bunch of shit into Frankie. Like, okay, how about tea? How about tea do? Okay, what was
I was crying.
This guy's
bro.
pretty interesting.
But you ever when he's like, I have like home seeking keep seeking missiles or whatever, but he dislocated his shoulder that he started chasing him around.
Frankie is so funny, dog.
Yeah, and Quali was hating on the centaur, but the centaur is what won him that fight. Hold on now. He said he had to trap him in it. He's like a little coup de burst. Ooh, okay, stop the momentum. Said, hold on, Frankie put in work. Man. You hate on the centaur? Why? Why quietly?
Shit's whack.
That centaur is garbage, bro. I'm sorry.
That's what I mean. There's no version 2 for a reason.
What he split his
Frankie Cantaras.
He upgraded everything he got. He went from a coupe to burst to a laser. He ain't no more of that.
Like Frankie's legs are skinny enough. He doesn't need to make him even skinnier with that shit.
You gonna be sick. And Wano, when they got Frankie Shogun, the General Frankie, he's gonna turn into Frankie Cantaras, bro.
That would be wild. That would be.
I need
it. Someone said in the chat said speed. He just does that in fight speed. That would be fun.
Okay, actually, real quick, because I actually want to talk about the monster point stuff real quick, because I thought this was interesting, because I guess there came a point where everyone was gonna kind of either use like a new technique, like, you know, Nami has her perfect Klimatat now, or like kind of get a new form. But I remember the chopper thing being pretty interesting, because I don't know, I just did see that coming. So when he turned like monster point, and then he kind of rampaging, and he kind of threw in like the ally going crazy, so now that's another thing they had to deal with. I thought it was interesting on the first read. How did everyone else feel about that?
It was super interesting because you saw he was in a super desperate situation. Like, everybody was in a tough situation, but like that man was in a situation where he was real talk finna die. I don't see how you avoid that. And then he was just like, "Fuck it, sorry everybody, I have to use this." I was like, "What's this nigga doing?" And then he does that. I was like, "Oh shit!"
It's like he was wilding. Chopper thought himself that he's like, I don't know what's gonna happen after this. You know what I'm saying? I might not make it. That
was pretty
like
to his ass across the ocean.
The man went furry.
He chucked him.
Tossed that man. Like,
as a side note, I just like, I know like Oda had said, like, the reason he does this is because if he doesn't, everyone will be naked all the time. But the fact that his hat grew, he could let this nigga's hat fall off, and he could have come back for it or something. This nigga's hat is now like 8 times bigger than it was before. I'm like, what's going on?
I mean, listen.
That's funny.
It looked cold. Look, come on now. It looked cold. He looked cold with that hat on.
I agree. But
if the hat would have been off, it would have been.
It's a part of him.
It would have been significantly less cold. I mean, significantly less cold.
His hat's like Yotaro's had in the anime.
It would have been warm. It would have been warm as hell.
That part was so interesting. Like, it's funny when it happened. Kumadori was so shook that his body couldn't move, and he was like fighting with himself mentally
because he could control like every part of his body, even his hair. So like, it was not listening to him. That was interesting.
Nothing. And then he was like, "Come a time in a man's life where you have to fight fear itself." I was like, "Oh, word!" And then he got back to trying to box, but to completely no avail.
To be honest, I kind of felt bad for Kumadori when I watched that fight.
Low key.
He was
you
trying
gotta
to
go
like
through that, bro.
You did not ask for all this.
He tried to hold his ground, and Chopper just swiped him one time, and he was flying out the building. I was like, "Oh my god!"
He's going. What happened? This was supposed to be a fight.
I felt a little bad for him, but then I remembered that pretty menacing speech he was saying to Chopper right before he was getting ready to stab the shit out of him. And I was like, maybe I don't, because he was finna fuck Chopper all the way up.
About to fuck Chopper.
Yeah, he's like, and all the cherry blossom stained with your blood. I was like, oh, this nigga's just switched up his whole thing. This nigga's not even being like funny anymore. Like, he's being like
where did this sign come from?
That shit, I was like, when he started doing that, I was like, oh, Chopper, you are done, bro.
The Tanuki is over.
Straight up. And then
yeah, we gotta get a new
he
doctor.
did it like y'all said, flip the script on Kumadori, man.
Put that man in the fridge. He ate himself out. Semi Kigan Kaijo. Usopp like, I'm not Usopp. Chopper's like, yo, do that shit again. Well, he made some like fat again, and then made the food like go to like his muscles and shit, his hair. Oh man.
Life return. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
What's our favorite fight from this? I'm guessing it's probably one of the Monster Trio ones, but did anybody like the Nami one a lot?
My favorite fight during Enies Lobby is Luchi versus Blueno.
Wait, Luffy? Well,
yeah, Luffy versus Blueno.
I
gotta agree with
that. I'm okay with that. That's up there for sure. Cause
that Gear Second shaking Blueno was just too much for me, man. That shit was awesome.
Even before Gear Second, Luffy was doing some good hands.
Yeah, he was doing what he was
doing.
Was,
yeah, and he was like, "You're way stronger." He's like, "Oh yeah, I was hungry before."
And then, and the rhetoric that they used was also that like because they were so uncertain about the Robin thing, and now that they know, their resolve is stronger, so they're gonna be good. That was the thing. So like, it's no secret for me. My favorite fight with has always been Rob Lucci versus Luffy. Like, I think because I still think that's like in a manga. Like anime is really good too. Actually, I still like the anime one a lot. Especially, I don't mind the episode of Mary one. I don't think it's as good as the original anime personally, but I still like it a lot. But I like the anime version too. But one thing I appreciated about the choreography. This is probably the first time I probably really paid attention to it because I remember when he was using like Madara, like the spots, when he tried to poke him with his finger like claws. Luffy would open his index finger and middle finger just slightly to let his finger slide through and it catch his palm so he can't stab him. Just little things like that was just like sprinkled in out the fight. I like that because even when he's trying to like not like when Luffy's trying to like poke him, Luffy's punching beside the finger to stop the punch. He's trying not to get scratched. I don't know if anyone was like paying attention to that degree, but it was like really cool. I'm like, all right, I like that.
That's actually dope.
He was in his bag in that one. That one, I think, Das Bones versus Zoro is a really good one, actually, in the manga.
And in the final round with Crocodile, I learned that Luffy like used his instinct to stop his stamp attack to not get stabbed by the poison hook. Which I don't think the anime did. I was like, oh damn, that's a nice detail as well.
Yep.
I mean,
Sanji versus Jabuda, that was good too.
You already know.
Speak on it.
When this nigga Sanji, when he came up against Jabra, oh my goodness, hey, this man Sanji was MVP of Enies Lobby. I don't know about y'all, but when he came up to that man.
Not for me.
For me, he was definitely MVP because he came up to that man, said he was the hunter.
I have to agree. I have to agree with you for one thing: the Gates of Justice. That was so crucial. Gates of Justice,
yeah, he's
that
MVP.
was crucial.
Hey, look, I'm gonna get to that.
I have to agree.
Yeah, he has some lame shit with Kali Flip, but he's MVP.
Yeah.
He
played bad in game one, but for the next 5, you know what I'm saying, he was getting this thing, you know.
I think out of the Monster Trio, the final fights, the person that looked the most impressive was Sanji.
Yeah, because when he kicked him, he moved away one of Jabra's palms, and then Jabra hit him. He was like, "I got you," and then the leg that kicked Jabra's palm away wasn't the one with Diablo Jam on it, and he hit him with that flam dodge shot. And then that nigga got sent flying down. He came down. He said, "God makes food. The devil makes spices. I think I made that one a little bit too spicy." That was the best one-liner in One Piece. I was so hyped.
Sanji went crazy. And then, like, I just think the difficulty at which he finished the fight, like, that was pretty nasty, bro. I dare to say that was like a mid-diff, honestly.
Yeah, he didn't really have that much trouble.
Bro, he did not have any trouble with Jabra at all.
And honestly, it was even more impressive because Jabra was the only one that could use Iron Body while moving.
And Sanji completely negated how useful that is because he's like, Tekai didn't fucking work. He's like, I burned out to my fucking bones, nigga. Like, he hit his chest. Like, yo.
Dare I say, he might, if it really come down to it, I don't even think he might have needed Diablo Jambra against this thing.
I think he did just to get to Tekkai in an easier way.
He needed to finish him a lot quicker. But like if the fight were drawn out, he wouldn't need it.
It's interesting.
True, but it wouldn't have been as much of a mid-diff fight as we were all sort of.
It wouldn't have. I know. I agree. But I'm saying Diablo Jambe was like Diablo Jambe was like, you know what? I'm tired of spending my time on you.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of like with Luffy and Blueno. Luffy would have beat Blueno, but he's like, you know, second gear, I'm tired of wasting my time here.
And even before the fight, like we touched upon it when he came and he saved Usopp. You know, Usopp was about to get off by Jabra, and when he showed up, you know, Zoro was smiling. He was like, "Oh, Sanji here, shit gonna get taken care of." And Usopp over there, like, about to start being like, have some self pity and stuff like that. And he's like, "Bro, you do what I can't do, I'll do what you can't do. So right now, think of it. Think of what you can do right now to help us." That man started making preparations to go on the roof.
Yep.
Especially now in hindsight, after the whole cake flashback.
Back when Sanji was relevant.
Oh no.
He's still relevant now.
I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling.
I mean, he got caught in Charlotte's Web, but I digress.
Yeah, we ain't going to. And in the same chapter that Zoro finally said, "I'm done with this," and Brooks like, "You got Conqueror's hockey?" Just to show up.
I did not bite. I did not bite. I said, "Nah, I'm not biting for that." No, it's not.
Bro, I said the same thing. Bro. I'm like, no, the fuck he doesn't.
I see niggas going on last, trying to call him a fake Zoro fan.
Oda's trolling his fan.
Yeah.
The world doesn't have Conqueror?
And I was like, obviously, that's not.
I didn't say Zoro does or doesn't. I just said I knew he wasn't using it there. I'm like, no, something's happened.
Oh yeah.
I hate the argument that everybody says that Zoro can't have it because only Luffy can have it because he's the captain. I'm like, have you met Rayleigh?
That's a terrible argument.
Have you met Big Mom?
Yeah.
Have you met me? I'm joking. Okay, let's talk about Zoro versus Kaku real quick, because Kaku is my favorite CP9 member. I think he's him and
Kumadori. How Zoro used Usopp as a weapon. That shit was funny as fuck.
Because I love everything about that. I like when he pulls up on him first, and he's like, "You have the aura of a wild beast." He just has his two swords out. He ready to go. They start their little fight at the top. In the anime, I like it too, because when Zoro puts his sword to the ground, and thing comes at it, and he hits him, and he spins up, and he tries to slice him. It's like the Matrix. They was going crazy. And
like he used that, like Kaku was talking to Zoro, and Zoro was like, "Bro, stop playing with me." And then Kaku's like, "When have I never not been serious?" And he unleashed all those Rankiakus off the wall. I'm like, yo,
bro, that was going fucking dumb.
See, that was my favorite fight in the arc, honestly.
It had really good choreography.
I liked it when after Usopp was taken care of, like he was safe, Zoro put the do-rag on, and then Kaku was like, "Does putting that on make you stronger?" He was like, maybe. Maybe.
To the fandom it does.
I really like their back and forth. They was talking good cash for
my shonen hair change? Really?
Bro, no bullshit, bro. Like every time, like you argue with somebody, like, Zoro wasn't serious. He didn't put his cap on. Like, come on, man.
He put on a Scully cap?
That's a fact, though.
Oh my god.
No, but their fight was going crazy. How do we, even to this day, how do we feel about the whole Usopp becoming a Blade thing? Is that something you find as I imagine I don't know how many of y'all had to read that weekly. That was a little frustrating, but
I don't think I was.
I didn't have to read it weekly, but
by then I was caught up. By then I was caught up. So I had to read that.
I'm trying to remember what did Zoro call him, bro? That shit was funny.
I don't remember. Like nose. Yeah, there we go. Like
nose storm.
Oh, so good.
Oh my god!
But even today, like, how do you guys feel about that? Was it funny? Was it good? Do you think it was like a waste of time? Like, how do you feel about it? The Usopp.
It was.
That was great.
It was funny.
Nah, you're forgetting the fact that a samurai is fighting a goddamn giraffe with swords. So I mean, it can't really get. I mean, it's not out of the realm of context.
It's not.
I was so fucking mad. The first time I read that shit, I was mad. I was laughing, but I was like, "Come on, why do niggas still fight?" I'm like 12, so I have no patience for all this shit. I'm like, yo, start fighting.
Hey, I'm 29, and I was frustrated up until the last chapter when finally it was like Zoro's like, I am done with this shit. I am way stronger than Apu. I am fucking Zoro. I'm done with this shit. And I was like, finally.
Yeah, he killed my he killed the mixtape dreams, yo. Damn, it's crazy. I'm looking forward to the post-Wano mixtape from Apu, but it is what it is. But that fight to me was really good. Like when he's finally free and they start really going at it. Even the long neck and the nose stuff was mad funny. But listen, Pasta Machine is still top 5 One Piece attacks. That shit
Pasta Machine, oh my god,
it really fucked up Zoro.
that shit was funny and deadly at the same time. I was over here laughing. And then Zoro started getting cut. I was like, wait, hold up. He's actually hurting him. Oh my god.
He said, I sucked my neck in so far that my legs and hands extended. But you know what? This could be useful. Then before he did that, he just did the begon again.
He was extremely resourceful. And that skyscraper move was it.
Yeah, because he cut the
that shit was big lit. I was like, no, he didn't.
Slicing the fucking tower in half. Shit.
Yeah. Hyokin Dama was raw. Even when he did no Ishikudira, Nigorira, Koi, and he just fucking flexing the shit out of his hands.
The fights.
Yeah.
That little sequence where he was like, your neck is a weakness. He was like, Toro! Oh, Toro! And then he tried to hit him on the neck. He was like, nope, this shit not no weakness. Nope. And he just hit him in the middle and then set Zoro flying into the wall. I was like, oh, hold up, we fighting.
Yeah, that fight was big lit as well. And his lobby just so fucking cold, bro.
Kaku's nose, OP as hell.
Yep. And when he did that square move, we turned to a square and he started wiggling his legs. He said, Tekkai. He's like, don't you see the attack has already begun? And he looks up and Rankaku's gonna. I said, yo.
It's raining.
That shit was so good. Was so dope. And then obviously Ashura. How do we feel about that? Because obviously everyone kind of pulled on new form. How did the Ashura stuff sit with everybody? You thought it was cool?
Ooh,
my friend hated it. It's ugly. You look weird.
It was cool, honestly, when it fucking happened. I thought it was raw as fuck.
It made a lot of sense.
It was what he was. It was what Kaku was saying. It's like, yeah, why am I seeing? Is that his spirit or is that actually like 9? So like, what the fuck is going on? I really like
the sky slicer exactly
evaporated it. Yeah, we still don't exactly know what it is, but like the manifestation of the Zoro's fighting spirit, is it his willpower or is it like, because you get cut with 9 swords, but it's only 3 though, so it's
I like it. I can see why some people don't, because between the monster trio with like Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, where they all display something new in Enies Lobby, Zoro's was like the only one that wasn't foreshadowed beforehand. But like it kind of ties into like his whole samurai, ancient Japanese mythology gimmick. So,
and I would argue it was foreshadowed before, because remember, it was all about like the demon blade back in the East Blue. It was all about, hey, my luck or this cursed sword. I've got, I'm sort of a demon, and people called him a demon beforehand.
He used a few demon moves also throughout the beginning of this lobby when he was on his way up to the tower.
And all of his attacks. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
And Ashura relates to Buddhist stuff, right?
Yeah, but it's all very Japanese mythology. It's very Buddhism and Shintoism based and all that stuff. And that's
what I'm saying. Like it ties into his theme as a character, so I had no problems with it.
And I feel like I haven't seen it post time skip, so Zoro hasn't been.
We have not, and I feel like out of the monster trio, though, his move. Like his form, it doesn't last as long as like a form. Like Gear Second, Luffy can stay into a while. Sanji can Diablo Jambe and be moving around with it for a while. The only time we see Zoro use Ashura, he went Ashura and immediately used an attack. Yeah. So it's more of a technique than a form. But I mean, you can still. I'm not gonna kill people if they want to call it a form, but to me, it's more of a technique.
It could be a form after 2 years training with Mihawk.
Yes, I think so. I think if he can sustain it, then it will be a form.
Exactly.
Which I think would be dope. That would be crazy.
Yeah, Wano is the arc where Zoro is going to fight. He's either going to be in the battle. He probably will be in the battle with Kaido, but he's probably going to fight against one of the commanders at this point. And he's going to. That's when we're going to finally see him fight someone worthy post time skip, where he can go all out and won't be interrupted.
Yeah.
I also really like what he says. Like, bring on the hardship is preferred in the path of carnage. And then after he beats him, and he goes like, "Oh yeah, you're fired." You're fired, bro. You're fired. That shit was incredible. Oh man.
I like that I had build up when Paulie's like, "Hey, if you see him, tell him this.
Yeah.
Tell him you're fired."
And then after, that was that. So Robin is getting dragged by Spandam and everything. Then our Lord and Savior Usopp. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is right now. So Sniper King. Soke King. He starts sniping from hella far away, free her up and whatnot. And so now she's finally free. Go ahead. You just want to try.
No, I'm gonna say no misses. My bad. Just like he was sniping. He was dumb far on a building that was halfway cut in half, actually sliding down, pinpoint precision. Like that shit was clean, boy.
And the finger up.
Yeah.
When he gets it done.
Them boys, them Marine boys was in disbelief. They was like, ain't no way somebody at the top of the tower is shooting us from there. It's a trick. It's completely unbelievable. And man, Usopp had them locked on.
Yes, sir.
He really did have them locked on, bro. That shit was actually insane to see that he was at. It was just so, just watching him actually do that, you just felt like just everything he'd been through in the entire arc, it's just a sense of accomplishment.
It's so satisfying.
He's actually, yes.
Because you know how useless he was feeling, you know? And what Sanji said was like, I appreciate what Sanji said to him, because Sanji didn't lie to him. Sanji didn't go, nah, man, you owe these strongs. And that he said, no, there's shit you can do that we can't. Think about what you can do here. So he didn't lie to him. And he went into what he could do. He could hit you from mad far. No scope needed. Yes, sir.
With a sling, mind you, he's doing this with a fucking slingshot. Yeah. He don't even got a gun. He's hitting you with a slingshot.
and then he hit the pose. He hit the pose right afterward, pointed to the sky. I was like, "Oh my god!"
The funny part is he's still singing. He's singing. Look.
Bro, I want him to do some shit like that so soon, bro. Lulu, la la lulu. Like this nigga has fucking observation.
Kibidongo, he will be doing it. You know it's coming.
Nani?
He's gonna be shooting Kibidongo into the gifters' mouths, bringing them into the Straw Hat side.
Y'all have a good night.
He's doing that. That's like he's doing that. I would bet my bottom dollar.
Why does that upset you, Virgo?
Yeah, he's got to do it to Kaido, right?
Because that Kibidongo shit.
No, I just hope I hope it doesn't work on Zoan Devil Fruit users, but gifters, we already know it works on them. So I'm fine with that. I don't want it to be working on, page 1,
Like, it's not gonna be working on them.
It should not work on.
I hope not. I just really hope.
If it works on
it won't, bro. It won't.
She's broken. If any actual Zoan, then she's OD broken. But
all these fucking.
It's not even about being broken. It's just so stupid.
The thing is, if it's just the gifters, I can take that.
It's gonna be just the gifters, because these niggas got fucking elephants with somebody coming out the fucking snout or some shit, and fucking monkeys, spiders and shit.
They had a head ass chicken.
Nah,
Hey, bro, real talk, bro. These headliners are getting uglier and uglier.
Nah, did you guys see the ape chick?
Funny, man.
Nah, the ape girl. I'm like, you're not even yourself anymore. You're just absorbed into this fucking gorilla.
That shit ass, man.
Like a tumor.
You could not pay me to eat one of those.
There was a nigga hanging out a hippo's mouth, bro. Like,
I'd rather that shit fail, and I just start ha ha he he, and instead of turning into a fucking freak.
That Japanese booth hit different, let me tell you.
Y'all can't tell me that wasn't one of the wackest designs when y'all saw that nigga hanging from the giraffe head.
I felt bad for him.
What you was about to say. That giraffe.
That shit had me fucking crying, bro. I was like, what the fuck is Oda doing?
Chicken ass.
Chicken ass, bro.
Wildin', bro. This nigga really is having fun over this.
He was a legit head ass. Like, that shit is ridiculous.
I just want to be there in the fucking like manga studio where he's drawing this shit up. Like, is he cracking up when he's making
that nigga had to be fucking chuckling.
Like his editors look at this shit like, what the fuck?
Oda-sama, this is the giraffe's head. I know.
You know how in Norbit, like Norbit eats turkey ass. What if Oda was watching the movie?
Oh my god!
One of the editors walk in. He's like, "What is this? I'm just resigning." Why?
I'm resigning.
I don't agree. I can't do this. He said,
I can't do this anymore.
He said these gifters. I can't take anymore.
Oh yeah, Fishmix right. Wasn't there a nigga that was a panda crotch?
Fuck.
Yeah, there was.
Like, what is he doing?
Oh man.
But
that's One Piece though.
I remember the beginning. Because I was super ready for this Rob Lucci fight from the jump. So when Luffy burst through the door, and they started playing the fanfare, doom doom, doom doom, doom doom, and he just screams, and it echoes, and I'm like, oh yes sir. I start rubbing my hands, and he comes through the door, and he's getting his shit rocked. I'm like, oh man, but part of me, I'm not too worried. I'm like, okay, you know. It was kind of strange because I don't know how you guys feel about this now in hindsight, because like in a lot of ways Rob Lucci was just fighting Luffy, and blunt force trauma is not supposed to really do anything to him. Obviously, you know about hockey and all kind of things now, but like the fact that he was fighting the way he was and was still putting in work and winning was impressing me way back when I was reading it the first time, and I was like, how you beating him into submission? It don't work like that. Like I was like. I don't know how it felt.
Shit.
Yeah. And Rob Lucci was Kanye doing it with drip, swag, and then stopping Franky at the same time.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
you fucked up,
Roku
Franky,
that
bro.
Roku Ogun was my shit though back then.
Oh,
that
yeah,
move
yeah.
with the that shit was clean.
Bro, when that nigga ate the Franky iron, the Franky hammer.
He grabbed Luffy by the fucking with his tail and then just hit him with the Roku, like blasted that motherfucker.
No, because
Luffy
said, I won't fall for that again.
When he did it a second time, I was like, nigga.
Yo.
Seriously?
Because remember, right now, everyone is done. Robin is safe, but the Buster Call is in motion because Spandam's a fuck nigga and he pressed the wrong thing when he's trying to call it the
by
eye or
accident.
whatever. Right?
Fucking idiot.
So now they're fighting all these like Delphi users in the ship. Remember the Russ guy, Sabi no Mi? Nigga came through. He snatched that sword quietly. He took it from him. He snatched it. And I was like, dang. And then when he gets hit with the second one, and that's when Usopp takes the mask off. Sogeking takes the mask off, and he's like, Usopp's here, and he's breathing hard, or whatever. Now, so unfortunately, at this point, my logic was like, okay, he's still in Gear Second, he's fine, right? Because I think about it like a Dragon Ball, like if he hit Goku and his hair don't turn black, I ain't worried till his hair turn black. You know?
That's fair, Naya. That's super fair.
So I knew he was gonna get back up, but that back and forth, and he was like, you got to get up and win. It's just not hell or anything. And he started screaming and stand back. Oh my god!
Listen, to this day, bro, I still get goosebumps. And man, Usopp like, "Tate!" And then Luffy like, "I die like that," and the music starts playing. I'm like, "Hey, we about to fight!" That shit hits every time.
Semi Kigun Kaijo.
And then after all that inspiration, he grabs this nigga again. and once again sends these vibrations, pulsations through his body. And this nigga's like, whoa, my god. And I'm like, nigga, my stomach started hurting.
I thought he lost.
After he hit Luffy with the move, he like just dropped him, and you just see Luffy like walking, like, god damn, like he just fucking got hit with the shits. He just fucking disoriented to this fuck. Like he didn't just slip. He literally has him with the tail and just drops him, and you just see.
I actually thought he lost. I was so worried. I'm like, because back like I'm way younger, so I'm not thinking how I think now, right? But I'm like,
the first one for him, right?
That shit went into the wall and all kind of shit and thing. I'm like, bro, it's over.
Wait, hold on, Naya. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he use a stronger version of that?
Side-eyeing.
Yeah.
It replayed the
10 King Gun. Yeah, he did. He did.
That was the ultimate version. He pulled out his final trump card.
Oh my god! After, and mind you, and I'll keep on saying this. After he already floored this nigga.
Yup. Hey, Luchi was tired of Luffy vitality, bro. He was ready for him to go down.
Luchi was on his last leg too, because after Luffy hit him with Gear 3, he even said that he was barely able to stand up. He literally, he almost blacked out. He almost blacked out.
He got cracked.
Oh yeah, we talk about the Gear 3rd thing. Yeah, that was
leopard.
deadly. That was deadly.
Yeah, that shit was actually deadly. Out of nowhere.
That Gigante pistol fucking rocked this shit, sent him flying out the fucking tower, bro.
Yeah, bro. The nigga Luchi himself said, "Damn, I ain't gonna lie. Really lucky that there was a boat here."
Like, what y'all looking at?
Because you just got Nate Robinson, nigga.
He turned he turned into a full leopard.
Not Nate.
You say you too slow. But remember back then, Luffy had that the drawback where he would turn skinny when he exhales. Jesus Christ,
he
exhales all the air. So I was like, oh shoot, and he's coming to him like ma-da-da, and then like, oh, you felt the pain after, and then after you went your second again, he's like, you're killing yourself. He's like, oh, I ain't gonna die here though, so don't worry about that. I'm like, yo, Luffy do not be worried about the lifespan at all, dog. He's like,
this was one of the first times that ended up becoming almost a running gag where Luffy constantly either makes new techniques or ends up shortening his lifespan in one way or another every arc. You know,
because in One Piece the way that it seems that the power structure, like in Devil Fruits, to this regard, I don't fault them coming up with like what some people say was pulling techniques out their ass. I don't fault it because it's not like, you know, with chakra where if you want to learn a certain technique you have to master chakra, you learn the hand signals, you practice, you learn the technique. Or with like other series where the power source is distinguished. With Devil Fruits, there's no one to teach Luffy Gum Gum Pistol. There's no one to teach Doflamingo Birdcage. These are moves that you literally have to be creative, learn. You have to have your fruit for a while. You just literally try to
wholeheartedly agree.
So to me, like Gear 4, Gear 2nd, and Gear 3rd, how people say, oh, Luffy just pulled him out his ass. I don't think it's like he just thought of something, tried it, and it happened to work.
Hey, quietly, I feel that.
Techniques.
I feel that because when Crocodile was explaining like you can get better with your Devil Fruit over time and all that, Luffy had pulled out a new move right there and then.
It's like you have to try. Like how would Doflamingo think to do overheat where you literally shoot out the string so fast that it causes like fire? It's like you literally just gotta try something. There's no school you can go to where you have a Devil Fruit school where somebody can teach you because everybody's Devil Fruit is different. So it's like you have no teacher to go to.
And this fact is not
and most of
the time,
see them train.
And the person who had your fruit before is most likely dead, like at least a generation or two before you were dead. So
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna piggyback on your point. On top of that, people have to remember, like, Luffy is like what 17 at that point.
Yeah.
He had his Devil Fruit since he was 5. Like he literally grew up since he could walk and talk. He's had this shit, and when he first had it, he was complete ass with it. It's not like he was nice with it from day one.
He was gum-gumming himself in the face. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I don't know if this is me overlooking into like the artistry of it, but I always felt at the beginning of the series, a lot of the times when his hand snapped back, he'd kind of grab his shoulder for the recoil, but it came a point where he didn't really have to do that. Like it was snapped back, and he would like go with the actual momentum of it too a little bit. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way.
So as you see, the longer that Luffy has things, the more he starts to get comfortable with him. It's the same way with Gear 2nd, how now he just puts his arm out and then he's Gear 2nd.
Yeah. So but I just hate how people say like, oh, it's an ass pull power up. When it's like, bro, the powers of One Piece aren't ass pull because it's like fucking. Where's he gonna go to learn another Devil Fruit technique? Like, what the?
I could understand your frustration of kind of seeing it immediately, but I was okay with his explanation. He said, Aokiji whooped me, and I said, it's not it. I gotta get stronger. And you start thinking.
I gotta learn I gotta try some new shit.
And he explained Soru. He explained Soru to them.
Yeah, he said, I understand the technique. I get it. I'm glad this will be quick. Thanks.
On top of that, when they got off the rocket train, he said, I got something that I've been thinking about that I want to try out real quick.
Exactly. I got something I've been thinking about that I want to try. It's that simple.
The one that I always like say that I think is nonsense is Gear 4th. Like he was training for 2 whole years. Like that him having a new form is not shocking for the 2 years. I could see you being a little upset with the Gear 2nd and 3rd one, but the Gear 4th one to me is a complete non-issue.
Nigga literally just by himself honing skills. Are y'all serious? Yeah. Niggas really got mad about that?
You gotta think that if he tried like pumping his blood, and then he tried filling his muscles,
his bones, he would try muscle.
Air, Why not try your muscle? Like it's progression.
That was actually the prevailing theory. That was the prevailing theory when we first said it. I remember reading a lot of people are thinking he was gonna inflate his muscles this time. That was
I think Naya, I could be wrong, but I think part of what you're remembering is a lot of the backlash for the look of the form when we first got introduced.
Oh no, that's just a personal thing. I can't argue that part. I hear you though. That was an issue too. You're right, for sure.
But I didn't really hear anybody complain that he had Gear Force or what it could do. I just heard a lot of backlash. People thought it looked dorky. And at first I was kind of like, really? This is what we're getting? But okay, you know.
My issue
to like it.
My issue with Gear Force is the timing of which it was revealed. Because if Luffy had Gear Force the entire time that creates several problems in terms of
that's some shonen shit, you know that.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but like he could have done it whenever he wanted to, and it's like so Luffy's just gonna let his crew almost die in wherever, like
he can.
Well, see,
that's also back to him. That's back to him using exponential amounts of hockey doing that.
No.
But I think that it also goes into just.
It's just
I think it more so goes into storytelling because to me, I know a lot of people shit on Fishman Island, but to me, it's just a show improve arc. It's like one of the first arcs into the new world. So, of course, you're not going to show... It's like, as an author, you want to show a little bit, like, they progress, but you don't want to give it all away, I feel like. And even Punk Hazard wasn't, to me... It was a great arc. And a lot of the stuff from that arc plays into the story now, but fighting-wise, it wasn't to the sense where Luffy really needed to pull out that Gear Force.
That's what I was going to say. Who was forcing him into Gear Force on that island? He's stronger than him.
Flamingo most certainly was.
Yes, I know. Like for some reason, in hindsight, we think that it's like these characters should just pull out their strongest move from the beginning and just end it. But usually, after
right, Ethereal against Caesar, like bro, Caesar not a threat.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong. What he did was cool with the oxygen shit, but he was no.
Imagine every captain pulling up to the beginning of a fight and saying "Banka."
And it doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
You have to scale your opponent, and for one, I think for the most times. People using these ultimate forms, it makes them extremely fatigued. So the thing is, it's let me see if I can win this fight, how I fight, and then if I can't, if I'm pushed to use this technique, then I have to use it. You don't want to just come out the gate and immediately like give it your best shot, like use your all, because this is usually your trump card. Nobody does that.
Because the way that I saw it was he could not beat Doflamingo without Gear Force. He needed it.
Yeah, exactly. He could.
That's how I saw it.
Yeah, but he lost to Caesar though. Like he lost.
That wasn't. He wasn't fighting him. He caught him off guard.
That was a technique that he didn't understand because he removed the oxygen. He T-bodied everybody, but it wasn't like Caesar has like the speed, the technique, the power, the hockey to actually fuck with Luffy. Once Luffy knew what he was doing, that was fine. That was it. You're right though. Caesar got them. I'm not taking that away from him. He got them
at all.
I think my pushback to that though is that I would rather have Luffy Gear Force not be complete at those stages because he clearly had it mastered before any of those arcs though. So when you look at those arcs retroactively, it's all fake tension and conflict because if Luffy was truly trying, it's over. And imagine how bad that goes out, or like if one of his crew dies because he's not going all out because he's not challenged or whatever. Like I know that's never going to happen in terms of writing and that. Like I understand that. I'm just saying though, when you look back at these arcs, so it's like
you're saying they were never really in danger.
No,
but that's hindsight for you because at the time you didn't know he had the new form. So it's now knowing if you look back, it's like Luffy could have just geared forward at the beginning of Punk Hazard and flew to what's the name and just fucking beat Caesar like right then and there. But
I can't really think of too many stories where they pull out their best right away unless Dragon Ball Z.
Even in Dragon Ball Z, it didn't work. And fucking Super Trunks went over there. He tried to fuck with Cell. He got fucked up.
Like Goku pulling out Super Saiyan 3, I was like, oh, well, shit. You got that?
My pushback, my ultimate pushback is I don't think they were in danger.
Vegeta was mad. Vegeta was like, nigga, you had this?
Vegeta got pissed. Vegeta was pissed. Acknowledged in story that he goes, you asshole, you have that? I'm not.
Vegeta was like, seriously, bro? Like, you disrespected the shit out of me just now.
To Goku's defense, though, he didn't know how long he could stay in that form. So It was
exactly
he still hadn't tested it yet. Yeah.
How long? Like Luffy with the drawback for Gear 4 is that after he uses it, 10 minutes he's used. Yeah, he can't use Haki, so it's like
and then again.
Risky.
Yeah, and with him doing that, he doesn't really know how much Doflamingo could take from that. And like this is real first time using it in the new world against that opponent.
Dofi actually outlasted Gear 4.
Yeah, if he had used it from the jump, he would have lost.
Exactly.
Because Doflamingo would have tanked it.
That's right.
Yeah. And honestly, he really didn't bring it out until Dofi basically said, "If you stay the way you are, nothing is gonna change."
Yeah,
your gear second is fast, but too weak. Yeah. And your gear third
hits are too
is
light.
Strong as hell, but too slow. What you gonna do? He said, "Fine, my nigga. Let me take these flip flops."
And once he went to Gear 4, he sent Dofi flying. Dofi got to the town and was like,
"I'm in the plaza, nigga."
The dude was like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "That's what I want to know." That's what I want to know. Like,
he rocked the shit out of Doflamingo. Oh my goodness. That man glasses started vibrating on his face.
By the time Dofi looked up, Luffy was flying. That's when I lost my shit. When Luffy was actually flying. Yeah. Like I'm like, oh, this is dope. Flying.
That man kicked his sandals off before he went Gear 4. The anime put them shits back on so you can see them when he kicked them in the face.
I was gonna bring that
up. But in context of Enies Lobby, what I like about the usage of the new power-ups is that, it's a new power-up, but like there's still limitations, and Luchi is still pushing to the absolute limit, where these like new shonen, like I'm seeing that like, they give them a power-up and it's like an easy victory, like no diff sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I like in retrospect, it's like, hey, Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, they're powerful, but still giving Luffy trouble.
Being the captain, his Gear 2nd didn't immediately win him the fight like it did with
Luffy. Had a perfect flying form. You see his hands. You see the way he put his hands out. He was kind of saucing in the air. You know what I'm saying?
Similar to the Doflamingo fight, he actually, if you remember, he ran out after using Gear 3rd, and he went back and he had to take some blows from Luchi because Gear 2nd and 3rd wasn't enough.
Yeah, he got chokehold.
Correct.
He tried to hit him with the rifle. Man said Tetsai Utsugi, and the shit was just spinning in his chest.
Zoro's Ashura, he wasn't able to use it for a super long time to our knowledge. I don't know. But most of the time when he uses this, it's like one attack and he's done.
That was it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So how funny was it that Luffy became a little fucking dwarf after all that shit with Gear 2nd and 3rd?
Fucking hilarious.
Oh my god,
it was fucking hilarious.
I like that it had a
Do y'all remember seeing it before we actually saw Gear 3rd?
I was like, wait a minute.
What down the steel door.
It's like, what did he do?
But this kind of
I remember that shit. I was like, bro, what did he do?
On my mama, bro. I saw him small. I was like, bro, if that's his new form, that shit kind of lame. Like, bro, if this nigga's fighting Luchi, bro, and he becomes a midget, I don't know what to think.
It was. I think the important part about this is that it kind of highlights what you were saying earlier about like. Clearly, this is something he kind of came up with on the fly, and he's applying it now for the first time. So it ran out. He done turned tiny amongst all kinds of things. So these are incomplete techniques, even though he's just kind of pulled them out. They're not perfect or perfected at all. Because now when you see him use Gear 3rd and everything, he don't shrink at all. And Gear 2nd, he could use him burst. He could do it with his arm. It doesn't matter. He can just kind of activate it on a whim and turn it off like that, which I think either mitigates or takes away the kind of lifespan thing. So he's as he's had it longer, he's ironed out the kinks, which is why I kind of don't have an issue with it. But again, I could see why people will kind of look at it kind of shifty, but I don't have a problem with it.
But I just wanted to touch on that because I think a lot of people do that, and it's just because they compare it to other shonen with a more structured power source, and it's not. I don't think it's good to do in One Piece. If anything, if you want to compare that other shonen to it, you should use Haki, and Haki's kind of vague. But at least there's tiers to Haki, and we kind of see that you actually train it versus like a Devil Fruits is just, it's literally creativity.
Yeah.
As long as you're thinking about it, you can basically do whatever you really set your mind to.
As long as you can be creative, you can turn
except the jacket fruit. Niggas got a model.
You can turn a lame fruit into being very productive. And there are people like Caesar. If Caesar wasn't a scientist and actually a fighter, with that fruit, he would be devastating. An actual fighter, he would be pretty clean. But he happened to be a scientist.
We were talking earlier about how Foxy was using his fruit against Luffy, and he gave trouble.
Two things. He's enhanced it with science. So I think people forget that he kind of dabbled with his own devil fruit. He kind of made it stronger. But
yes,
I think people always think it's poison. They forget he's gas, so he can control literally all kinds of gases. He removed the oxygen from that area, so no one can breathe.
That's and he condensed it into a flame when
it was a devastating technique. But once you know he's doing that, he's not a threat because Caesar is not strong. Even to this point, you see him; he's a clown. Well, he's like he's smart, like science smart, but like he's not. He's running around like with Chopper. You know, like that's really where his
Gastino.
Yeah,
I think about how people could be so OP. Like, give Kaido crackers fruit and make a whole bunch of fucking iron body Kaidos and shit. And like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it would be like.
I don't know. Apparently, Kinemon's all he needs to hurt Kaido. So whatever.
The way the fruits work, the aesthetics can be different too. Like Doflamingo was a puppeteer, so he had the strings. But Doflamingo could have also had like a fisherman aesthetic, and with those same strings, he could have been like it could have been like fishing lines instead of the strings he had, like being a puppeteer, it could have been like semen kind of shit. Not that kind of semen, but you get what I'm saying.
I get you.
Listen, I got you the first time.
I will admit the one problem, going back to the topic, is the one problem that I did that you can take away from the power up of Luffy and Enies Lobby is that he had 2 power ups. Basically, he got Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 in the same arc.
This is true.
This is true. And that was a little odd and a little off-putting. But other than that, I didn't mind the power-ups. They made sense. It was just like, okay, so we went this whole time. He never had a Super Saiyan form. Now he gets Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, and then we don't see Super Saiyan 3 for another, 400 chapters.
I don't think I would call Gear 3rd Super Saiyan 2. But
you know what I mean.
I would call Gear 3rd perfected Super Saiyan, like the shit that Goku used against Cell. Let's call it like that.
No, because what he effectively did was he had a form, and if you think about it, he's still applying this type of logic to Gear 4th. He had a form that maximizes his mobility and speed. Then he has one that maximizes or prefers power over speed. Yeah. Then with Gear 4th, he's kind of done both. But now with Gear 4th, he has one where it's like, I don't know this for a fact yet. I assume Bound Man is like the all-arounder, where I feel like offensively, Snake Man is the more offensive one, where he's focused on attacking you and he's foregoing whatever. Then Tank Man, even though we only seen the quote-unquote full version, that's a defensive one, where he might sacrifice some mobility or whatever to be able to defend against attacks better. That's just my opinion.
That's just when he wants to eat a lot.
That's headcanon.
That's all Tank Man is, when he wants to eat a lot.
And then Dragon Man is with Rio.
Stop it.
All right, let's get back on track real quick because we've been here for a while.
No,
my back hurts.
For sure.
Okay, so let's talk about the ending of the fight. I thought that was dope when he starts thinking about Robin. You see the part with Aokiji, and listen, the chant though, that guy is coming at him and like, yo, when you see the bunch of the hands and he just getting hit over and over, he's just feeding him punches. Like, he just put everything he had into that final attack.
Hey.
He collapsed. He screamed out, Robin, we going back to the sea together. She wipe her eyes.
That's the best part.
Bro.
Nah, what I tell you last month, bro, when I was watching that shit, watchop.com.
Yes, sir.
When this man Luffy said Jetta Gatling and the subtitles started changing colors.
Hey, that's a fact.
That's true. I was losing my mind.
That's a fucking fact.
I was like, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Trust me.
He pounded Luchi into that wall. And I like how the animated kind of slow-mo where you see all the punches hitting at the same time. He just...
And then they sped it back up.
And Luffy just went in for a minute, so he was really Gatling. That was a real Gatling. Like, it was for real. Like, so many punches for such a long time. He really had to put him down with that one.
I'm like 95% sure halfway before all those punches were done.
He was out. He was out. He was unconscious.
Yeah, Lucy was done.
He was out for a minute.
Yeah. He was out for a minute.
His wide eyes is getting cracked.
And then when you hear the guy, Market and Luffy defeated Rise, and everybody starts smiling. I'm like, that's my fucking goal right there. That's a goal. Let's talk about Mary. And the fact that we cried over some wood, man.
Oh
boy!
Wait,
people think they're so funny with that shit.
I go back and forth with this. Not about the crying over the Mary part. That was the hell emotional. But the Mary even getting there in the first place was
Look. Iceberg found the ship he fixed it up a little bit, pushed it out to sea. Look. There's a current from Water 7 that goes.
I'm gonna let it slide.
It's
a current from Water 7 that goes to Enies Lobby, and it was happening after Aqua Laguna. The worst of it was over. So it was fine. Iceberg fixed it.
I mean,
pushed it out to sea. It got there. And then what happened? It broke down when they got there.
This is true. I'll take it.
It wasn't even enough for a round trip. It just got there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a little bit of a bridge too far, but because of the emotional payoff, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll let it slide. That's what I'm saying. I know. He tried to skip over that right quick and got right to the Mary burning without talking about it getting there.
Like I said, if it's a series we hated, we let the slander fly. But
it didn't bother me because I feel like they'd been setting it up for a while with that random fucking noise I was hearing, whatever the fuck was going on. So I was like, I kind of let it slide. But I can see why someone would be like, okay, but how did it get there? I could see that. That's fine. But I cried. I felt bad. I'm like, damn, Luffy. Remember when you just fucking broke the shit and stabbed Laboon like you fucking ape?
Yep.
I to this day I'm like Zoro did not give a fuck about this shit. Zoro just like, can we go? Am I the only one who feels like he looks annoyed?
No, he did care. In Water 7, he's like, Mary, are you really done? He did care.
He cared.
He Zoro not give a fuck about that wood, bro. Okay, Zoro cared the least. He cared the least. Him and Robin cared the least, maybe. I don't know. Robin wasn't there for that long, but that was emotional as fuck.
But the main Usopp, especially Luffy, like they really they broke down.
We used to get roasted a lot for that though.
No,
like, y'all niggas, One Piece stands cried over some wood. I'm like, yeah.
It's just the moment.
Watch the whole saga to really get.
Yeah, like when you watching the Mary burning, like I just kept flashing back to that moment when Luffy was talking to Iceberg. And Iceberg was like, "You gotta replace that shit." And Luffy was like, "Bro, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. This shit was in the sky. The fuck?"
Yeah.
like he was going hard for Mary. He was like, "This shit been through everything. I'm not about to get another one." And I was just like, "Damn."
It do be like that even in real life. Like with my cars, like I have a way better car now than like my first car that I ever had. But I still look back and remember like that first car I had, the first trips I took. It's like, that was like when I had to get a new car, I was sad. It's like I'm getting a newer, better, up to date car, but it's like, damn, this was my first. Like, damn,
I still have my first car, man. I've had it for 11 years, and it's like
you're gonna feel it when you get a new car, even though you're gonna get newer, nicer. It's gonna be like. You just feel it. You feel it. I know I did at least. I felt I was just like, damn.
Take multiple cross-country trips in that. I had it when I was in the military. It's like,
this car has been there. It's got you from point A to point B. Like it's been there. This is it. That shit hit, man.
All my shenanigans. Fuck.
This is what separates the people who know that cars are girls and those who don't get it. There are two groups, and anything that has an engine is a girl. That's why ships are girls.
Yes, sir.
Cars are girls. They are all girls because you form an attachment with them. They're your girl. It's part of it. My wife doesn't get it. So she will never understand. So she will never have the emotional attachment like a pirate to their ship or a guy to his car. It's just not gonna.
It's like that one commercial, right? Where it's like it's an Alexa, and then the girls are like, "Nah, it's just a brand." And you're like, "Nah, it's an Alexa."
No, it's not. It's not a Buick. It's an Alexa.
Exactly.
Hey, all right. So I think we've spoken about everything in Enies Lobbies, but I feel like we didn't give the Sanji moment with the Gates of Justice enough shine.
The Gates of Justice.
Yeah, that's
because one thing about Sanji that go ahead. Actually, go ahead. You talk about it. Speak on it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this is why he's the MVP of the arc, because like not only did he give Usopp the confidence boost that he needed, and then on top of that he took care of Jabra in the most convincing fashion between the Monster Trio, and then even after all this, when they're trying to fight off the Marines for the Buster Call, they're like, "Where's Sanji at?" And then at the end, they're like, "Oh shit, the gates of justice. How are we gonna leave Enies Lobby?" And they start opening up. They're like, "How?" And then Sanji was like, "Oh, I took care of that."
You gotta use. Sometimes you gotta use your head. Remember, you said you have to use your head sometimes, not all small fighting.
Like, bro.
Yeah, you can't just lift heavy
goated.
stone.
I don't know. I'm trying to set aside because like Sanji had several good moments in this arc, but the glaring thing is obviously the Khalifa stuff, and I can't.
We ain't talking about that today.
We did.
Yeah,
I tried not to, but you guys can talk about it if you want.
No. I don't want to. I'm not
gonna get into my Sanji slander bag today. I'll let him live today. I'll let him live.
I understand the frustration, but sometimes a man's got a code. It is what it is. I was saying, all right, man.
I mean, it's been talked to death plenty of times. It doesn't need to be rehashed here.
Yeah, but but that was a big moment because one thing I always appreciated about Sanji is I always felt that he always went above and beyond, especially back then, where it's like the Mr. Prince thing he kind of just fell into, but it helped. And then I think of like Skypiea, what he did to like the FBI going there, kind of messing around with some stuff coming on. But like the Gates of Justice stuff, it was crazy because like he still took out one of the strongest people, but then he went and did something else above and beyond, which is what I also appreciated about Sanji. So, yeah. Anything else you think we missed about this arc? Because then we had the Post Enies Lobby's arc, and that's just like not just, but a lot of shit happened.
One of the good introductions with Garp. Oh, that introduction was so good.
If we're done, we can start rank. We can rank it, and then we can go to the last part. Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
Give me your ratings for Enies Lobby. Weezerbird, you're first.
10 out of 10. Some of the best stuff in the magazine.
Griever.
10 out of 10. Same bow.
It's me. 10. Who's after me? Virgo.
10.
Is it a 10 for everyone?
Yes. Yeah, it's a 10 for me too.
Who is it not a 10 for?
10. Hallmark of fiction, apex of innovation, zenith of the medium, 10 out of 10. Pinnacle of art and literature, like goddamn, Oda.
Townsy and Yak. Ted? No? Yes?
It's my favorite arc, 10.
I actually prefer Water 7 than Enies Lobby, to be honest. Like it's like a 10 versus like a 9.8572.
I love the specific.
The decimal placement is killing me, man.
I started doing that in.
It's a 10.
It was a Now we used to do these Tower of God live streams, and you'd ask what we thought of the chapter. I just was on my bullshit, just putting that in the chat.
You'd be like,
I put like 25, numbers after the decimal.
5.36.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like a 9.5 to 10, somewhere in there. It's pretty damn good.
I heard 10.
Just write down a 10, Naya.
Yeah, that's what I heard. For sure. I'm not trying to hear that. I heard 10. Okay. Post Enies Lobby. I thought we about to. There was so much more. I was not ready for that happen yet, but let's get into it. Who am I gonna call upon to start us off? Townsy, start us off. With Post Enies Lobby.
Hold on. Sorry, before you go, my phone is actually about to die, so I'm gonna have to head out.
All right, man. Thank you for coming. Did you want to just give your mark for that real quick?
Thank you for the invite.
Right.
The mark for what?
For Post Enies Lobby with the white beard reveal and stuff, and Ace and
Blackbeard.
Oh well,
my favorite. You want my favorite part of that?
Oh yeah, you can say that real quick before you go.
Okay, my favorite part is just the Luffy and Kobe interaction.
Okay.
When Kobe told Luffy that he needs to go to the New World.
The New World.
Yeah,
that was my favorite. Seeing Kobe again.
And helmet pull. Come on, for respect.
Yeah. I have ignored my girlfriend long enough, so I'd have to go.
All right, man. It's okay. We got to wrap up in the last arc, but
it's a number 10. Peace, boys.
Bet.
All right, peace.
Yeah.
Everything with Garp in it was raw. Everything with my guy Garp in it.
Garp was
pulled up to start beating up Luffy. Everybody's just like, oh well, I guess this is happening.
Strongest Marine.
Everybody's like, what are we gonna do about this? Nothing.
Shit. He just casually started sharing shit.
Oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Oh yeah, my son's dragon. No big deal. Oh yeah, that's my idiot grandson over there.
Nani? He's like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that. No, I was lying, y'all.
Need to commit some child abuse with him real quick. Hold on.
So here are the 4 emperors. Here's what's going on. Oh, nah, forget that. I was lying.
That shit was crazy. They came and dropped some bombs. But how did seeing them was cool again? But I was like, oh my god, like Kobe done glowed up because I did not fuck with that nigga really like that. But he come a long way.
Who said he had someone did a video on him having like the fastest growth in the verse. Was it Yo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Said him and Helmeppo have boasted the highest growth rate in the series.
How did Kobe literally grow like 3 feet
when
in
you
the
get
span
stronger,
of
you get
like
drip.
2 months?
When you don't have a hunchback.
He's got all that.
He had a late growth spurt, so he just shot up.
That just so happened to have in the 2 months between the beginning of the series and like when he meets up with Luffy.
He started letting his nuts hang, and now look at him.
Exactly.
He built different like Bam.
He started fighting. He started getting some muscular structure. He slimmed out a little bit, got some height to that bitch. I said, hold on.
now he's gonna beat down Boa and piss off the entire fandom. Oh,
yeah.
But yeah.
No. Boa still got the line to beat that out. You forget why they made us warlords.
Yeah.
I think Oda's gonna push out and have no victory in that fight. I feel like I don't know, because like if he has Boa lose, it's like, well, what the fuck was she even doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously.
How am I capping? Where did I cap?
Kobe and Bo are going to be having tea, raving about their wet dreams for Luffy. What are you talking about?
They are Luffy's #1 fans. Why would they fight each other?
No.
Start the fan club.
Got to be in that. Bartolomeo.
Yeah, Bartolomeo's going to be in there too.
Wait, how do we get here?
And then Kobe Tor's like, all right, playtime's over, bitch. You're going to jail.
So funny.
I think the funniest part though of the Post Enies lobby stuff was Nami realizing that they're out of money again. That shit made me laugh.
I mean, a lot happened. Because like, let's just finish up with the Franky stuff in the ship, because that was emotional for me, because I cried again when Usopp rejoined the ship. Yeah. Because remember, Zoro was like, listen, nah, if you don't apologize, I'm the one who's gonna leave. What the fuck is this, a game?
He was speaking facts.
Like, you could just quit and go when you want? This not this
quit
not a game.
And hurt my captain.
And now it's like, fuck. So Usopp's coming, hello, it's me. Usopp's practicing his speech to get back in the crew. And then when he just starts crying, he said he was sorry. Luffy said, "I was like, back on!" He's like, "They supposed to start crying." I'm like, "Yo, I start crying," and then he got on the ship. Oh my god, it was
once
so
again
good.
Zoro proving that he's the first mate. I don't know why people actually argue that.
Because it's Rami, but yeah, I'm so sick it's Nami. But I don't care if you think it's Zoro. But and then after the fucking grapes, oranges, when Franky's fucking underwear, he's running around, his nuts hanging. Robin's like
touching them, bro.
And then
Luffy's like, I want him to join the crew as a man.
Franky.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know why people hate that ship so much. It's fine to me.
Oda came out and said he's not going to put any of the Straw Hats with any of the other Straw Hats, so that ship kind of gone, but whatever.
That's fine.
He danced around that, but I hear
what you're
saying, but he definitely danced around that.
Man, they killed me.
I mean, to me, if I were to have one ship within the Straw Hat Pirates, it would be Sanji and Nami. But other than that, yeah, it's whatever.
That's fair.
Oda said, man, they killed my man Kishi for the shipping stuff. Oh, no, I'm not doing this.
Nope.
But yeah, new party member acquired. So I don't know about anyone else. So I definitely was a little cold hearted. I won't lie to you. Once I saw what the Sonic could do, I said, fuck the Mary. I said, this shit flying. This shit got submarines.
I mean, we got the same spirit, bro. What you mean?
That.
We got the spirit of the Mary.
I feel you, but I definitely
we gave her a good send off.
They needed better wood.
They needed that. What's it called again?
That's what she said.
Whoa. Naya just went from it's a piece of wood. I cried over the piece of wood. Fuck that piece of wood.
That's why it's so. That's why when I think about it, it's so funny to me because people are like you cry over someone like yeah, but I also remember as soon as I was telling you like oh yeah, this shit way better. Fuck the other shit.
Like some people think they're so slick making fun of people crying over wood. It's like leave us alone.
It's fine because like I could still beat their ass, right? So I don't care. But
Sriracha may be emotional over a cigarette vending machine.
Oh, good time, my big goat. But okay, let's talk about Rockstar. All right, super rookie pulling up on Whitebeard. Talking about you must have heard of me. Like nope. Anyways, Marco want to go back to talking to who we talking to. And Whitebeard like listen, you tell that Brian if you got something to say, then come to me directly.
and then he pulled up.
Yep. But then you have to talk about Blackbeard versus Ace because that was.
Oh,
yes, sir.
How do we feel? How do we feel? Let's wrap that up, man. How do we feel?
I want people to like. There's this perception. I feel like in the One Piece community.
Sorry, real quick. I love Aokiji and Robin's final moments when he's kind of like.
Yeah, that was good.
All right.
Yeah, that was really good.
Just real quick. Keep going.
That shit was dope. No, you're good. But I was just gonna say, there's this perception in the One Piece community that people feel like Ace is weak, and like I'm like, bro,
that's weird.
Like y'all realize, like Blackbeard almost lost to this nigga. Like it was he didn't wash him. Like he had to pull out his strongest attack to beat him. Cause like when Ace figured out that oh shit, he can nullify my attacks if I get close. He started hitting him with long range. He had these little twin spears that he shot straight into his chest, and that shit burned him up. And like when we flash forward just a little bit, like Blackbeard bleeding, Ace bleeding, and like Blackbeard at this point, like he didn't even really want to fight Ace to be honest. He was just like, bro, you strong as hell. You should join my crew for real. And Ace like, bro, is that a fucking joke? Like you know, like you know why I'm here. You fucking kill somebody on the crew. And he was like, well, I'm gonna go get Luffy, and then after that I'm gonna be a warlord. He was like, Luffy? Yeah, I definitely can't let you go now. The fuck?
You gotta die.
Also, it's not like Ace. It's not like Ace was weak. Blackbeard was kind of just like that nigga. Like 2 weeks later, 2 weeks later he was boxing. 2 weeks later he was boxing with Whitebeard. Like hello.
Ace almost soloed that whole crew too.
Yeah. The thing I understand the frustration with Ace's on paper. How strong he is and what you've seen, so I can understand it to some degree. But I feel like that he set the tone a bit in the fight where it's like I think like Ace had just been kind of not comfortable, but he hasn't really been challenged in a while to the point where Blackbeard's like it's been a while since you've been hit, huh, nigga? Right? Like
yeah.
Because his last fight was against Jinbei, right? Like his last serious one.
Yeah, and they fought for 3 whole days.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he trained a little bit with some people on the crew. I know he tried to kill Whitebeard a hell of times, but yeah, like I feel like a lot of these crews get so complacent with how strong they are because it's like if Katakuri's strolling through the Grand Line and you run into him, you're not winning, you know, like and you're not a threat to him, so you could kind of get too comfortable in the position of the strong that when you get a real challenger, you're not ready. So that's kind of how I saw the Blackbeard's like thing. It's like no, Blackbeard was ready. Blackbeard was not necessarily ready for Ace, but he could take Ace, and Ace probably hadn't been challenged in such a long time. Only right now, but I understand why some people could be frustrated with Ace's strength. I don't think Ace was weak, but yeah.
So let me ask a question. Do we think that maybe it was
oh yeah, new bounties? Yes, Pure Life. You're right. Sorry, go ahead, Yak.
Sorry. Do we think it's possible that maybe it was Oda's portrayal that kind of led to these questions? Because like in Marineford, you couldn't exactly show all the hockey and high-end stuff that was because
I think you should have
ready for it. I mean, yeah. I think we talked about that a little bit.
And not explain it until
right. But I think that might have been kind of what happened here because he couldn't quite show like everything because you would imagine Ace and Blackbeard obviously have high-end hockey, but he can't show it. So I mean, that might be part of the perception. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like because he for whatever reason, wanted to not show us so many things so early. There's certain things he does where I think I understand their reasoning behind it. I would say the reason why he didn't show Aokiji Akainu was because Akainu is going to be an endgame person, and he doesn't want to put a power ceiling on him like that. So let him know they had a really epic battle that changed the climate of this island and keep it pushing. There's certain times he does that where I get it, but there's a lot of times where he does it where I feel like if you had just like, if people's hands here and there or weapons here and there at some points in the Marineford War were just turning black and I didn't know the reason why, you didn't explain it,
right?
I would have been okay with it once it came full circle when Rayleigh's like, bada boom, bada bing. This is and then I'd be learning about Buso armament. I'm like, oh, that's what they were doing. Because now I gotta like imagine it. Because you remember that anytime someone was quote unquote using hockey back in Marineford, it was always told to us via exposition, like, oh, he stabbed Aokiji. Did he use hockey? No, Aisubo. Like, you know, like it was like, oh, someone had to tell me out like verbally, and I hated it. Yeah. My biggest problem with Marineford to this day.
Because unfortunately, at the time, Oda didn't really have a proper depiction of what he wanted hockey to look like. Yet.
That's what I think the actual thing was. I don't think he had really fleshed it out.
He didn't have everything mapped out
and know how to show it.
No, he didn't.
Because I still argue that a really easy way to show, my God, what's popping? Shit, what was I saying? With observation hockey, I always feel like he could just do the little stream on the eye, so I know someone is like using it or activating, like doing the anime. Like I don't know if I think the first time I must have seen it was when. Was it the Heart of Gold special with Mad Treasure when Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy could tell that the shit was camouflage, and you see how his eyes like a simple visual indicator like that goes a long way.
Right. I think it also would have been cool too, because as Luffy was developing, develop Conquerors and all that stuff, if he was starting to see people using. But I do think that Oda just didn't really have everything planned out exactly how he wanted to, and that was why it didn't work.
Remember that he wanted to end this story like after 5 years too, so he didn't even think about adding devil fruits were the thing. He didn't think and Logia users were OP. That's why they were the rarest fruit. He wasn't thinking forward, and by the time he got as far as he did in the story, he went, "Oh yeah."
I think that actually has gotten him into trouble a couple times too, because like if you've only planned a story for so long, and now you're well beyond that point. You're kind of just bringing in ideas here and there, and a lot of them have worked, but I think some of them just haven't. And it leaves a lot of world building that's not as deep as it could be. It's just kind of their surface level stuff.
At the end of the day, he did not think about armament hockey until sometime around the time skip.
I feel like he realized I need to visually show that somebody is using this, and then he came up with the armament. I think that's what he came up with, which I think is fine, and it works. I love that he does that, because I know when people are using armament for the most part, I can see their hands or swords or whatever get coated in the black. Yep. But with observation, I gotta like assume. I gotta have someone tell me they're seeing the future. I think he needs a visual indicator a little bit. That's just
the problem is that it's black and white too. Like in the anime, it's easy, but in the black and white,
halo over or some shit.
If you get the eye thing going, like you were talking, Naya, the problem is I think Conquerors, right?
No, so, I don't even know what I mean. Did you watch Kuroko at all or read it?
No.
Okay, I'll find you what I'm talking about. It's more like when they move, the actual like it's like a stream of light is still in their eyes.
Yeah, like when they're in the zone.
Yeah, it's more like that.
Like those tracer things.
Yeah. What? Say it again.
Like those tracer things that got in their eyes, like in the, like in some shows, like when their eyes light up and like moving in a certain direction, and the lights from their eyes like kind of follow you. Is that what you're talking about?
It's kind of like it's as they're moving, like the I don't know. I'm gonna pull up a picture of Zone just so you guys can see.
Yeah, it's like back in the day when they used to put like that. They used to highlight hockey pucks and like with like this stream, and then you could follow them easier.
Kinda like the motion blur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'm not saying Oda shouldn't make a more clear one, because sometimes I get confused. I see like clashes with black lightning, and I'm like, okay, is that ornament? Is it Conquerors? I don't know, because they got Kaido smacking Luffy. It's like, it could be either one. I got no idea, right?
And then you're like, oh no, it's just Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's just a Thunderbolt attack. It's like, so it's neither, you know.
It's just a Pikachu, no big deal.
Oh yeah.
You know, back to like Ace and Blackbeard. If we find out like Blackbeard has some sort of connection to Sebek, whether it's like, oh, that's his father or whatever the hell, I think it'll add more like nuance to like this fight, like more symbolic and stuff like that.
Yeah, because Roger's son versus
Sebek's son.
So I don't know if you guys see it yet, but if you look, if you look on the screen, I should have the gif of Ayomine versus Kagami, and you look in their eyes, like there's like a stream of light when they're moving. So like Kagami's is red and Ayomine's is blue. Like they do that in the anime, where I'm like, just do that in the manga. That's not hard. Just have like a little stream of light or some type of visual indicator. So. But yeah, hockey can be traced back to the first chapter, not just Skypiea. Shanks uses it in the first chapter as conquerors to scare off the Sea King.
It's Armament that's the last one introduced, actually.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about that. That's right.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Because I remember we were talking about that, and I had said I wish that was a little more obvious that was what he was doing. Because I knew rereading it that's what was happening, but I did like if I had read it the first time, it wasn't. Like, you just see him, like, just glaring. Like, you don't really know that that's supposed to be something in the beginning.
For the remastered
style, that'd be cool. Because remember that Oda also was working on Kenshin before he sort of went out on his own. And one of the things in Kenshin was also these dudes, the way they were drawn with this glare in their eyes. And they would put this gleam thing that I'm sure Naya would appreciate now if this was a visual cue. They'd put a gleam whenever Kenshin went Batosai and whenever any of the other characters were super serious. And it was an intimidation. It was a swordsman's will. And it was like an intimidation tactic that other people wouldn't fire their guns at this guy because they were scared, the bloodlust. So like the inspiration from that, after when I read One Piece, I was like, yeah, I get it. The creature is so terrified of this dude. This is giving off a, you know, so they didn't really need to explain it.
Sure.
At that point, you know, and then we got Mantra, and then, you know.
Yeah. All right. Anything else you think we can talk about with the fight? I know it leads into what it leads into and stuff. All right, take care. Because then we can kind of rank it. I think we've been here for a while. This is like one of the longest streams I've done. Oh God. I don't want to forget anything significant, but keep going. Sorry.
No, like Post Enies Lobby is when we go, okay, we gotta get hyped for post arc transition arcs. I mean chapters.
Seeing them react, the bounties going up, Sanji's fucking is being drawn. He's like, who the fuck is this?
That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good as hell.
I mean, there was a lot of moments in this, but at the end of the day, you know, we're trying to wrap it up here. I mean, we can go on and on about
I need to eat some and go to bed. So, let's rank this. We'll wrap it up, and then we'll be back the next Friday. That's a big ass lie, because the next Friday that One Piece is not. You know what? Depends on how far I got in Cyberpunk. I'll let y'all know if the next break I'm doing Kilometer.
Next break is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but it's again, if I'm satisfied with how much Cyberpunk I played, I'll do it. If not, y'all not seeing me. Okay, let's rank this. All right, Weezerbird, you first, man.
Just Post Enies Lobby or the whole saga in general?
Post Enies Lobby. The saga is the average of all of our scores. I'll do that.
9.5.
Okay.
Fantastic transition.
I can dig it. Griever?
10.
It's a 10 for me too. I'm not gonna hold y'all.
Oh.
So, I told you guys this is my literal favorite stretch. Pat?
9.5.
Boo. I'm kidding. Tanzi?
10 is also my favorite stretch.
Yeah. And Mr. Yak. 2! I'm joking. Go ahead.
Let's see here. Got to carry the 2. See how many decimal places this goes. 10.
Yes, let's go. I'll let y'all know what the scores was after and everything. But hey, Actually, any final words? Anything you want to say? Shout out to the chat. Y'all was rock with me. Stream has been good. Thank you, man.
Like the stream right now.
Hey!
That was shit.
That was clean. How you do that?
That was
nice. Doing some God shit there.
That's what I was saying. Who the
God Usopp there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was raw. Put respect on Sanji. He raw.
MVP.
Crocodile the GOAT. That's all I got to say. Anyone else?
Garp is the strongest
Aokiji,
Marine.
my GOAT. What do you mean? Aokiji.
You said Garp is what?
I said Garp is the strongest Marine. He would have killed a Kainu at Marine 4. Don't give a fuck.
Oh shit.
That's facts. That's facts.
We ended it there. Yep.